Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. From Fairfield Properties Ballpark, Blue Crabs baseball as they take on the Long Island Ducks. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. As the Blue Crabs take on the Long Island Ducks in Game 2 of a 3-game series. Testing audio 1 2 3. Well, welcome everybody to Fairfield Properties Ballpark as we are just getting set to go for Game 2 of this 3-game series between the Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Happy to have you on hand for Game 2 of this series. The Blue Crabs actually hosted the Long Island Ducks for 3 games prior. In that 3-game set, Southern Maryland took 2 out of 3, but since then the Ducks have won back-to-back games. The Blue Crabs won Game 1 and Game 2 at home, and then lost Game 3 and lost Game 1 on the road to the Ducks. So we are set here for Game 2. This Game 2 also has other implications on a winning streak that the Blue Crabs currently hold. It's for consecutive Series 1, as the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs have opened the year with 9 consecutive Series 1. And the series against the Long Island Ducks, they've lost the series opener. It's the second time this year the Blue Crabs have lost the series opener, but now they're going to need to win back-to-back games to salvage a win in this series. Well, the Blue Crabs will turn to Mackenzie Mills tonight. Mackenzie Mills is making his 5th start of the season, has an ERA just a little bit over 5, as the Blue Crabs are looking for win number 23 of the year. Mills has played as high as AA. His ERA this season is 5.14 to be exact. His whip is 1.52. Now on the other side of the ball for the Long Island Ducks, they will turn to starting pitcher Akil Morris. The Blue Crabs got to Akil Morris his last time out in an emphatic 13-2 win at home back in Waldorf in Game 1 of this series. So the Ducks turn to him as he has 4 days of rest, but the Ducks are working with just a 4-man rotation for the meantime, as they'll go back to Scott Harkin tomorrow, who the Blue Crabs saw in Game 2 of that series back at home when the Blue Crabs ended up winning that one in 11 innings. Well, let's run you through the lineups today, starting with the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. It's Jack Sundberg to lead things off. Raul Shah is batting second. He plays second base. Jared Walker in the 3 spot. He's at first base. David Harris, the designated hitter, is the cleanup man today. It's Alex Crosby who's in the 5 spot. He's playing third base. Zach Collier in center field. He bats 6th. It's Braxton Lee, who is the right fielder today. He's batting 7th. Joe DeLuca was the DH yesterday. He's doing the catching today. He bats 8th. And Michael Baca is batting 9th. There were some late scratches from today's game. Ryan Haug originally supposed to be in this game. Instead, they have turned the catching duties over to Joe DeLuca, as Ryan Haug was unavailable for today's game. And along with the change for DeLuca to catcher, it moved David Harris from left field to designated hitter, which opened up a spot in left field, and that's where Jack Sundberg came into play. It was Braxton Lee who was originally going to be leading things off, but he moves back to the 7 spot in the lineup. Now on the other side of the ball for the Long Island Ducks, their starting lineup, it's Johnny Turbo who's out in right field. He leads off for the Ducks. L.J. Mazzilli bats second. Lou Ford is back in the lineup tonight. He's the designated hitter. Davidson Romero plays third base. He's the cleanup man. It's Rusney Castillo, the former Red Sox. He's in center field. Joe DiCarlo is doing the catching. He bats 6th. It's Vladimir Frias, who's playing second base. He bats 7th. He's hitting much, much better recently. Michael Wolanski with an important RBI in yesterday's game. He's at first base. And Devin Marrero closes out the order, batting 9th. He's at shortstop. Well, you have a look at the lineups for today's game. Let's let you know about the Blue Crabs defense to start things off. When the Ducks come to the plate, it'll be Jack Sundberg in left, Zach Collier in center, Braxton Lee in right, Alex Crosby at third, Michael Baca at short, Raul Shah plays second, Jared Walker at first, Joe DeLuca behind the plate, and Mackenzie Mills on the mound. And the Long Island Ducks defense is L.J. Mazzilli in left, Rusney Castillo in center, Johnny Turbo in right. From third to first defensively for the Ducks. Let's see if we can get this one straight. We have the 2 Doreros, if you will. We've got Debinson Romero and Devin Marrero. It's a tongue twister. It's a little tough, but we'll try to get that straight throughout the evening. Vladimir Frias at second, Michael Wolanski at first, Joe DiCarlo behind the plate, and Akil Morris on the mound. A couple of streaks for you coming into today's game. David Harris's hit streak was snapped, but he's got an on-base streak he's still working on. He has reached base safely in 16 consecutive games. Another streak to keep an eye on, hitting streaks for the Blue Crabs. Raul Shah has a hit in 7 straight games. And an on-base streak of 6 consecutive games for Braxton Lee. Aside from that, a lot of Blue Crabs had their streak snapped yesterday. Jared Walker also with a solo shot in yesterday's game. You'll have to see if he can have back-to-back games with home runs. Blue Crabs coming to this one 22-6, have an 8.5 game lead over the second place Long Island Ducks. Their record in road games is 7-4. At night games, 17-5. The teams lost back-to-back games for the first time this season. Also lost 3-5 for the first time this year as well. This team does best when they score. It's sort of intuitive, but the team is 17-3 when they score 3 runs or more. When they score, I beg your pardon, when they score more than 3. When they score 3 or fewer, they are 5-3. Yesterday was one of those rare games when they score more than 3. They scored 4 runs yesterday and lost 6-4. Team does well in 1-run games. They do well in 2-run games. In games decided by 2 runs or fewer, they're 9-4. And the Blue Crabs are 15-5 in the month of May. We will step aside briefly. Be back after the first pitch here from Fairfield Properties Ballpark as the Long Island Ducks take on the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs for Game 2 of this 3-game set.
This is Andres Viceno, and you are listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
So, what do you like about your home?
Practice like hockey. I practice stick handling and sometimes shooting. Mommy. Go outside sometimes. I like playing lacrosse. Playing the Switch. I like to scribble. Daddy. I like to build Legos at home. I have the biggest closet. Riding my dirt bike.
We help you home. At Hometown Real Estate, we want to help you and your family home. Whatever that takes and whatever that means to you. Give us a call at 888-225-2736 or online at helpyouhomebluecrabs.com.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Chick-fil-A of Charles County has been a proud supporter of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since their inception in 2008. For years, they have sponsored the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, America's prisoners of war and missing in action. In between the second inning of each game, there is a moment of silence brought to you by Chick-fil-A. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs appreciate and respect not only Chick-fil-A, but all of those that have served our great country. The seat that they sponsor was made possible by Chick-fil-A of Charles County. Thank you so much, and visit any of your Charles County Chick-fil-A locations today.
Hope you got to hear the national anthem there moments ago, sung by terrific elementary school chorus group. The flags are still at half-mast here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark after the tragedy in Texas yesterday. We, of course, extend our prayers to the families of those affected, and our thoughts remain with those after this terrible tragedy in Texas yesterday. Well, we've got a terrific day for baseball here in Long Island. It is sunny skies overhead. Temperatures are in the 60s for today's ball game. They were in the 70s earlier today, but things cooled down a little bit overnight into the evening. Still sunny skies, though. The exact temperature at first pitch is 61 degrees. We'll run you back through the Blue Crabs lineup and a little more information on the Long Island Ducks pitcher for today's game, Akil Morris. Well, the starting lineup for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, Jack Sundberg is out in left field. He bats first. Raul Shaw bats second. He'll be playing second base. The three-hitter is Jared Walker back at first base today. He hit a solo home run in yesterday's contest. David Harris is the designated hitter. He bats fourth. Alex Crosby bats fifth. He's at third base. Batting sixth, the center fielder, Zach Collier. And batting seventh, he was originally leading off, but after a couple of scratches in today's game, it's Braxton Lee who's been moved back to the 7th spot. He's in right field. Joe DeLuca is doing the catching tonight, while Michael Baca is at shortstop. Well, Jack Sundberg restraps his batting gloves and steps in. Crabs in their red jerseys with their gray pants. The Ducks in their orange jerseys as the first pitch is low and in, the pinstripe pants. And the count, 1 ball and no strikes on the leadoff man for the Blue Crabs. Well, let's bring you around the diamond in one moment. 1-0 pitch. That one's low and the count, 2 balls and no strikes. The defensive alignment for the Ducks in left field is LJ Mazzilli. In center, it's Rusney Castillo. And right, Johnny Turbo. At third base, Davidson Romero as the 2-0 pitch is in. Again, at third base, it's Davidson Romero. At shortstop, it's Devin Marrero. At second base, Vladimir Frias. At first base, Michael Wolanski. And at catcher, it's Joe DiCarlo. Akil Morris on the mound. 3-0 pitch. That runs high. It's a 4-pitch walk issued to Jack Sundberg to lead things off. And the Blue Crabs have the leadoff man on. Well, Akil Morris is making his 6th start of the season. His ERA at 5.85 in the month of May, but overall at 6.57. His last time out at Southern Maryland was game 1 of the series between these two teams. He went 5 innings, allowed 6 runs, 7 hits. All 6 runs were earned. He struck out 1 and walked 2. First pitch to Raul Shah is a called strike at the belt, and the count no balls and 1 strike. Well, Jared Walker stands on deck. He was 1 for 3. Drove in a run yesterday. Runner goes, pitches up, throw down to second is not in time. Jack Sundberg has a stolen base. Vladimir Frias, the second baseman, may have jammed his finger when that ball came up on him. A brief stoppage in play. There's now a runner on second base with nobody out. Well, it's his 8th stolen base of the season. It's just his 4th stolen base in the month of May. Jack Sundberg got off to a red-hot start back in April. But he is still getting some opportunities here in May as the 1-1 pitch is inside and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Jack Sundberg hit .350 in the month of April. Had a .1229 OPS, but in the month of May, hitting just .170. Runner on second base, no outs. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Shaw, swinging a line drive, shallow center field, and it drops for a base hit. It's a bloop single for Raul Shah, and there's a runners on the corners with nobody out. Well, Raul Shah had a double yesterday. It has since been changed to an E4. Error called against Vladimir Frias, which takes 1 earned run off the board from Joe Iorio. He still had a hit in yesterday's contest, had an RBI single on a ground ball right back up the middle. The double to an error will also take an RBI off of Raul Shah's ledger. But with the base hit there, he extends his hit streak to 8 games. First pitch swinging to Walker is swung on and driven down the line for extra bases. Sundberg comes home from third. Walker into second. Raul Shah pulls up at third. The Blue Crabs have a 1-0 lead, and Jared Walker drives in Jack Sundberg, and there are runners on second and third, and still nobody out. And that brings up David Harris as the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs strike first in the first inning. Sundberg walked to lead things off. He comes around and scores a run. Raul Shah singled. He finds himself on third base, and Jared Walker with an RBI double. And he's at second base, still nobody out, but Akil Morris feeling the pressure early. First pitch called strike. And the count, no balls and 1 strike on David Harris. Still nobody out. And the Blue Crabs have struck first. We'll have our trivia question for you in the bottom of the 3rd inning. It will be answered in the bottom of the 4th inning. Of course, we have our hint in the top of the 4th. So stay tuned for that as the pitch is upstairs. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. 1-1 offering, swinging a ground ball, deflects off the pitcher Morris over toward the first base side. Morris picks it up. No one's at first. It's a single for David Harris, and Jared Walker comes. That's Raul Shah who comes in from third base. Jared Walker to third, and it's a 2-0 lead for the Blue Crabs. But an RBI single for David Harris. He's now reached base for the 17th consecutive game. There is a meeting at the mound for the Long Island Ducks as the training staff out there to make sure Akil Morris is okay after he was hit with a hard ground ball off of his leg. Well, the Blue Crabs have extended the lead to 2-0. With still nobody out. Have to hope Akil Morris is okay. Be able to stay in this ball game. As that ball deflected off of his leg, it was a hot shot that was destined up the middle. Would have likely scored both Shaw and Walker. Looks like Akil Morris is going to try and throw a couple of warm-up pitches. It's not exactly clear where that ball hit on Akil Morris. Have to think it might have been on just over the knee area. Is he trying to field his own position there? Got off the mound rather quickly to try to get to that ball. But he must have signaled for the training staff to come out because I wasn't sure it was going to be a major issue. Well, there are runners at the corners, nobody out. A 2-0 Blue Crabs lead as Akil Morris takes some practice pitches following what may have been an injury. So it's Harris from first and Walker from third. Go back over how we got to this point. A walk to lead off the inning from Jack Sundberg. He stole second base. Raul Shaw with a bloop single into left center. Advanced Sundberg to third. Jared Walker roped a double down the right field line. It scored Sundberg and advanced Shaw to third. And then David Morris with an infield single that deflected off of Akil Morris to score Shaw and put runners on the corners. First pitch, a called strike on Alex Crosby. Here's the pitch, swinging a ground ball towards second. Could be two. They get one. Now David Harris is in a rundown. In trouble between first and second. Meanwhile, one run scores. And David Harris is tagged out by the shortstop Devin Marrero, who came around to make the play as part of that rundown. And the Blue Crabs have jumped up to a 3-0 lead. Alex Crosby grounds into a double play. He's not going to get an RBI. And Jared Walker comes home from third and scores the run. So the base paths are empty, but the Blue Crabs have struck 3 times as Zach Collier steps in from the left side. First pitch from Morris, big wave and a miss at a breaking ball, and the count 0-1. Probably the best case scenario there for the Ducks with runners on the corners and nobody out. And you can always ask for 3 strikeouts, I guess. 0-1 pitch, breaking ball, called strike at the knees, and the count 0-2. So it's 3-0 Southern Maryland. They add another run on the double play ball. 0-2 pitch in the dirt. They motion down to the third base umpire Mario Rosas, who says he holds up. Your umpires in tonight's game: Rob Massaro behind the plate, Michael Herring at first, and Mario Rosas over at third base. Slightly different umpiring crew from yesterday as Levante Palmer was at third. And the 1-2 pitch, swinging a high pop up into shallow right field. Frias moves out into the outfield grass and makes the catch in shallow right field to end the inning. Well, the Blue Crabs score 3. They strand none at the end of the top of the first inning. It's 3-0 Southern Maryland. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Well, Johnny Turbo steps in for Long Island to lead things off in the bottom of the first. 3-0 Blue Crabs. First pitch, fastball just off the outside corner. Count 1 ball and no strikes on the righty Johnny Turbo. Well, the Blue Crabs lead 3-0. We'll run back through that top of the first inning in a couple of moments. The 1-0 pitch is a little bit low, and the count 2-0. It was Jack Sundberg who led off with a walk. He stole second. Raul Shah with a bloop single into left center. Jared Walker, then RBI double down the right field line as the 2-0 pitch is away, count 3-0. David Harris also added an RBI and a ground ball that deflected off of the pitcher Akil Morris's leg. A third run came in on a double play ball from Alex Crosby as the 3-0 pitch is a called strike on the outer edge. And Zach Collier ended the inning in the top of the first. 3-1 pitch, called strike, and the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Well, for the Long Island Ducks, they'll run through their lineup and the defensive alignment for the Blue Crabs in one moment. 3-2, swinging a high pop-up, shallow right field. Raul Shah calls everybody off. It's under it and makes the catch for the first out. A long and hard-fought at-bat from Mackenzie Mills. Fell behind 3-0, but rebounds to get the first out. And there is one away.
Left fielder, number 13.
And here comes L.J. Mazzilli. First, let's run you through the Long Island Ducks order. It's Johnny Turbo to lead off. L.J. Mazzilli bats second. Lou Ford bats third. It's Davidson Romero, the cleanup man, who's playing third base. Rusney Castillo bats fifth. He's in center field. Joe DiCarlo is doing the catching. He bats sixth. Batting seventh is Vladimir Frias. He's at second base. Michael Wolanski bats eighth. He's at first base. And closing out the order, batting ninth and playing shortstop, is Devin Marrero. Pitch to Mazzilli. One misses, the count 1 ball and 1 strike on the right-handed hitter. Here's the 1-1 offering. A little bit away. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. Mackenzie Mills is making his 6th start of the season. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swing and another high pop-up in the infield. The catcher, DeLuca, ranges over toward the Ducks dugout. Still on the infield grass area, though, and makes the catch for the second out. Couple of tough pop-ups. Wind blowing just a little bit tonight as Lou Ford comes to the plate. Lou Ford is the designated hitter, 45 years old, playing in just his 2nd game of the season. He was activated for Game 3 between the Blue Crabs and Ducks in Southern Maryland, as the first pitch is away for ball 1. Lou Ford began his professional career way back in 1999. 1-0 offering. Swung on and foul back behind home plate. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on the righty Ford. Played 6 years of Major League Baseball. In 1999, he played for the Lowell Spinners of the New York Penn League. 1-1. Big swing and a miss as he chases a high fastball on the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Made his Major League debut back in 2003 with the Minnesota Twins at the age of 26. Hit .329 that year. Here's the 1-2 from Mills. Swinging a foul ball, first base side out of play, and the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Across his time in the majors, Lou Ford hit .268 and 35 home runs. Also ran well enough to have 10 triples that year, or over the years. 1-2, check swing, he holds up. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Had almost 1,600 at bats at the major league level. '23rd professional season now for Lew Ford as a 2-2 pitch runs low and the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. As Mackenzie Mills has to watch his pitch count a little bit after a 6-pitch at bat to Johnny Turbo to lead things off. 3-2, swinging a ground ball over to third. Eaten up by Crosby. He tosses across the diamond in time for the final out. Couple of long at bats, and Mackenzie Mills retires the Ducks in order. 1-2-3. It's 3-0 Southern Maryland at the end of 1. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com.
This is David Harris, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, the first pitch comes inside on Braxton Lee. The count 1 ball and no strikes on the left-handed hitter. 3-0 Blue Crabs. You heard from David Harris a moment ago for station ID as the 1-0 pitch is a little bit upstairs, and the count 2 balls and no strikes. Well, the Blue Crabs with this 3-0 lead got some run support from David Harris, who had an RBI single back in the first. 2-0 pitch, cut on, shot foul, first base side. And the count 2 balls and 1 strike. The Blue Crabs have an 8.5 game lead over the Long Island Ducks, looking to take game 2 and extend this series winning streak. Talk about that in a moment as a 2-1 pitch is outside and the count 3 balls and 1 strike. Well, the Blue Crabs have won all 9 of their first 9 series. 3-1 pitch, swinging a ground ball over to second. Vladimir Frias has some trouble with it. Bobbles, throws to first, and it's still in time to get Braxton Lee by maybe a half a step. And there is 1 away. Well, Frias didn't field it cleanly, but recovers in time to get the out. And there is 1 away. Well, Southern Maryland, as I mentioned moments ago, has won all 9 of their series. Won a 4-game series in Lexington 3-1. Won a 2-game set at home in Staten Island 2-0. Won a 3-game series at home, swept a 3-game series against Kentucky. As the first pitch is upstairs for ball 1 on Joe DeLuca on the count 1 ball and no strikes. In the series against Kentucky, the Blue Crabs swept them at home. They swept Lancaster at home. They took 2 out of 3 from Kentucky on the road. They also took 2 out of 3 against the Gastonia Honey Hunters at home as the 1-0 pitch is upstairs. Count 2 balls and no strikes on DeLuca. They won all 3 games against Charleston at home. Took 2 out of 3 on the road at Gastonia. Took 2 out of 3 at home against Long Island. 2-0 pitch, that runs low and in, and the count 3 balls and no strikes on DeLuca. And now here we are at Long Island. I should say on Long Island. The Blue Crabs are on the road. 3-0 pitch. That's up and in just a little bit. It's ball 4 and DeLuca reaches. His first walk registered as a Blue Crab in 2022. And there's a runner on first base with 1 out after Braxton Lee grounded out to start the inning. Akil Morris has struggled with control so far. Maybe only the first or the second walk, I should say, issued by Akil Morris. But the strike to ball ratio, a real issue right now. 12 strikes, 15 balls. First pitch, a called strike on Michael Baca, the 9-hitter. Count, no balls and 1 strike. 0-1, that's low, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Runner on first base, 1 out. 3-0 Southern Maryland. Scored all 3 runs back in the top of the first inning, but they're looking for more here in the second. Pitch to Baca. Called strike on the outside corner in the count 1-2. We're happy to have you along here for this road game, as you'll have all road games for you on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. 1-2 pitch, low in the dirt. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes as the catcher Joe DiCarlo blocks it just in time. Joe DeLuca walked with 1 out in the inning. He's on first base as Michael Baca steps back in. Baca's had a tough season thus far, hitting just 160. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes on the righty. The pitch, swinging a ground ball through the left side for a base hit. Michael Baca is aboard with 1 out in the top of the second inning. It's got to be a relief for Baca. He registers his first hit against the Long Island Ducks. Did not have a hit in last series, did not have a hit in game 1 of this series, but breaks the 0-for-14 spell with a single into left field. And there is a runner on first base, or runners on first and second, I should say, with 1 out. Back to the top of the order is Jack Sundberg, who walked, stole a base, and came around to score a run back in the first. The pitch, that's low for ball 1 on the lefty Sundberg. 3-0 Southern Maryland. Sundberg, Shaw, and Walker scored. And Shaw and Walker are on deck if need be. 1-0 pitch, swinging a line drive, right field line, a base hit. It's going to score a run. DeLuca comes in from second, and now they're going to send Walker all the way from first. I beg your pardon, that's Baca, and he scores from first base. It's a 2 RBI double from Jack Sundberg as the Blue Crabs have jumped up to a 5-0 lead. Jack Sundberg comes up with a big double, scores a pair of runs, and the Blue Crabs have jumped way ahead to a 5-0 advantage as Raul Shaw comes to the plate. Raul Shaw, after a hit back in the first inning, has extended his hit streak to 8 games. One of his hits was taken away yesterday, along with an RBI after his double was changed to an error on the second baseman, Vladimir Frias. Sundberg goes in the first pitch, throw down to third, not in time. He got a great jump. And another stolen base for Sundberg as he's running all over the diamond. And his steal of third base also would allow the Blue Crabs to extend this lead With a sacrifice fly or a fielder's choice, the infield has come way in for Long Island. Count 1 ball and no strikes after the pitch missed on the stolen base from Sundberg. This one swung on, line into shallow center field. It's another base hit for Raul Shaw, and it drives in a run as Jack Sundberg scores from third. Southern Maryland has put up 3 more runs here in the second inning and have a big 6-0 lead as Jared Walker will step in from the left side. The Blue Crabs have really gotten to Akil Morris here in the first and second innings. He's gone just an inning and a third. He's allowed 6 earned runs. The question is, how long is Wally Backman and this Ducks coaching staff going to allow Akil Morris to go in this game? Pitch, fastball at the belt for strike 1. He's allowed 6 runs. He's recorded just 4 outs, and 2 of them came on a double play ball. Well, it's Raul Shaw from first base. He's got a pair of singles. Scored back in the first inning. He's now driven in a run as the 0-1 pitch is low, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike on Walker. Three in the first, 3 more here in the second. Blue Crabs aren't done yet. The 1-1 pitch way upstairs. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. And for Akil Morris, it's been a mix of not being able to find the strike zone on a consistent basis. And when he has found the strike zone, they've gotten hit and hit pretty well. Jared Walker may have had the hardest hit ball of the day back in the first inning on a double down the first base line. 2-1 pitch runs in. Count 3 balls and 1 strike. As Raul Shaw still stands on first. And they're going to bring the training staff out to have a chat with Akil Morris. Remember, he was hit by a line drive back in the first inning, and that might be what this is about. Akil Morris does have major league experience on 3 separate occasions. He's played well at high levels, including at AAA. And his ERA is a little over 5 at the major league level. But the question is Akil Morris okay to stay in this game? The Blue Crabs bats have certainly gotten to him, and he's had some trouble with control, and he's not going straight into this game. Akil Morris comes out of this ball game after just an inning and a third, having allowed 6 runs. So that will do it for the starter, Akil Morris. We're going to step aside for the pitching change here in Long Island. This one might be a while, as there's going to have to take some time for the Ducks pitcher to warm up as they go to the bullpen. Well, when we come back, it'll be 6-0 Blue Crabs, a runner on first base, and a 3-1 count on Jared Walker. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Chick-fil-A of Charles County has been a proud supporter of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since their inception in 2008. For years, they have sponsored the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, America's prisoners of war and missing in action. In between the second inning of each game, there is a moment of silence brought to you by Chick-fil-A. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs appreciate and respect not only Chick-fil-A, but all of those that have served our great country. The seat that they sponsor was made possible by Chick-fil-A of Charles County. Thank you so much, and visit any of your Charles County Chick-fil-A locations today.
This is David Harris, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you need a win on the road, don't get left stranded. Make AAA part of your roster and you'll always have someone on deck ready to get you home. AAA also offers car care, insurance, and travel services and has stores conveniently located for Blue Crabs fans in Brandywine, Crofton, and Alexandria. Don't forget to ask them about membership discounts for military and first responders. Please visit AAA.com to learn more or to find a AAA location near you.
Stephen Pallone enters the ball game. The count 3-1 on Jared Walker, a foul tip. And it is into DeCarlo's mitt. And the count now 3 balls and 2 strikes on the lefty. 6-0 Blue Crabs. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes now. The runner on first base and 1 out. The 3-2 cut on and missed, struck him out. So Stephen Pallone enters and retires a pair of batters as soon as, or beg your pardon, retires a batter as soon as he enters. Stephen Pallone has not allowed a run yet for the Long Island Ducks, was just signed yesterday as the pitch is low for ball 1. Long Island Ducks had one of the first players picked up yesterday. Get to that in one moment. The 1-0 pitch, swinging a line drive into right center field for a base hit. Raul Shah from first to third. It's another single from David Harris, and there are runners on the corners with 2 outs as the Red Sox signed Brett Kennedy, the right-handed pitcher who was supposed to start in Game 1.
Third baseman, number 15.
That's what the league's all about, trying to get players back into affiliated ball, into Major League Baseball. It seemed as though he might be headed straight to Worcester, the Red Sox AAA affiliate, but he's in Portland to start. And we'll see that happen quite frequently where guys will start in Portland, and should they play well, they'll get a quick promotion to Worcester if there's room. First pitch, a little bit up and away, and the count 1 ball and no strikes on Alex Crosby. So 2 outs and 2 on for the Blue Crabs, still threatening against Stephen Colon. 1-0 pitch, that's away, and the count 2 balls and no strikes now on Crosby. Crosby to be followed by Collier. Alex Crosby grounded into a double play. That was back in the first inning. Run did come in and score. He does not get credit for an RBI on a double play ball, though, as the 2-0 pitch is swung on and fouled back, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, let's run back through this game for you. 6-0 Blue Crabs. 3 runs in the first. Sundberg shot and Walker came in and scored. David Harris with an RBI, along with Jared Walker. 2-1 pitch cut on and fouled back. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. And now here in the second inning, a walk to Joe DeLuca, a single from Michael Baca, a double from Jack Sundberg, followed by a single from Raul Shah. 2-2 pitches low and in, and the count 3 balls and no strikes. Here in the second inning alone, Sundberg, Baca, and DeLuca have scored. It's Shah from third and David Harris from first. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes with 2 outs. Runners go. Ground ball over to second. Short, or beg your pardon, to short. Marrero fields. He tosses to first, and it is in time to get Alex Crosby to end the inning. But not before the Blue Crabs score 3 on 4 additional hits. It's Southern Maryland 6 and Long Island nothing. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com.
First pitch from Mackenzie Mills is low for ball 1. The count 1 ball and no strikes to lead things off for Davidson Romero, who is the cleanup hitter. 1-0, swinging a high fly ball, deep left field, sends Sundberg back, looking up, it is out of here. A solo home run for Davidson Romero, who is red hot at the plate. He just hit his 6th home run of the season, and the Ducks are on the board in the bottom of the second. Crosses home plate and gives a high five to Rusney Castillo, the right-handed hitter who will step in. But a solo shot off the bat of Davidson Romero, and it's a 6-1 ball game. Officially a right calf contusion for Akil Morris, who exited the game after an inning and a third. As the 1-0 pitch, or the first pitch I should say, a called strike on Rusney Castillo. Nobody out, but a 6-1 lead now for the Blue Crabs, as the Ducks have earned a run off of Mackenzie Mills. Mills had a 1-2-3 inning, but it took him 17 pitches back in the first. Ran deep counts against both Johnny Turbo and Lou Ford. The pitch, swing and a miss to Castillo. The count, a ball and 2 strikes. Base paths are empty with nobody out. Solo shot from Davidson Romero to lead things off. And Romero, a big bat in the heart of this order. 2-2, swinging a high fly ball. Deep right center field sends Braxton Lee back in front of the warning track, where he makes the catch for the first out. Very well hit ball off the bat of Rusney Castillo. And there is one away. Here comes Joe DiCarlo. First pitch to DiCarlo. Fastball for a called strike. Joe DiCarlo, who bats from the right side. All but one hitter in this Long Island Ducks lineup is a purely right-handed hitter. The 0-1 pitch is low, count 1 ball and 1 strike. DiCarlo does exclusively bat right. Frias is a switch hitter. He bats next, but everybody will be batting from the right side. 1-1 pitch ground ball right over the mound in between the legs of Mills. It's fielded by the second baseman, Shaw, who fires on to first for the second out. 2 away in the bottom of the second inning. And here comes the aforementioned Vladimir Frias. 2 outs, 6-1 Blue Crabs on the road in or on Long Island. I was about to say in Long Island. You can't say that here. It's very specifically on Long Island. For those people from Long Island, it is a real sin if you say in Long Island. They do not take kindly to that. I do know that for a fact, and I should respect that, and I say on Long Island. First pitch runs low and in on Frias, who bats from the right side. 1-0 pitch, check swing, holds up, count 2 balls and no strikes. Blue Crabs are 22-6 on the year. Won the first 2 games of their series at home against the Ducks. 1-1 pitch, that's in, count 2 balls and a strike. Back to that previous point, the Blue Crabs won their first 2 games at home. They lost game 3 and they lost game 1 of this series on the road, which means the Blue Crabs have lost back-to-back games. It's the first time this season they've lost back-to-back games. 2-1 is swung on and fouled off the other way, count 2-2. This 2-game losing streak is the longest losing streak the Blue Crabs have experienced all season. It's the only 2-game losing streak they've had. They lost the season opener at Lexington. They had a pair of losses at Gastonia, or one at Gastonia, one at home versus Gastonia. 2-2 pitch, a little bit inside, and the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. They also lost one at Kentucky. They won 5 out of 6 against Kentucky, 4 out of 6 against Gastonia. Blue Crabs are 2-2 this year against Long Island. 3-2 pitch, swinging a high fly ball, right field line, foul. As it tails out of play toward the right field side. With 2 outs in the bottom of the second, Mackenzie Mills ran into some trouble against Davidson Romero, who hit a solo shot over the wall in left field. Has given the Ducks the lone run of the game. 3-2 from Mills. Swing and a high pop up into shallow right. Braxton Lee is there, and he makes the routine catch chest high for the final out. Well, we're finished with 2 innings of play here at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. At the end of 2, it is the Blue Crabs 6 and the Ducks 1 on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Patrick Baker, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, we go to the top of the 3rd inning. Zach Collier leads things off, 6, 7, and 8 in the inning. First pitch swinging, right field line. It's a fair ball. It's going to go all the way into the corner. Zach Collier has extra bases. They wave him around second base. He comes to third, and a stand-up triple for Zach Collier to lead things off in the top of the 3rd inning, and the hits just keep on coming for the Blue Crabs. And the Blue Crabs have a leadoff triple courtesy of Zach Collier, who was batting just .203 coming into that at bat. Had a terrific year last year, hit well over 300. But had gotten off to a slow start this year, but that might just do it. Jumpstart him with a big triple. Last season he hit .324, had an OPS of 1043. So far this year, just .203 with an OPS of 720. First pitch is low and away to Braxton Lee. The count 1 ball and no strikes on the lefty. 8 hits for the Blue Crabs so far. I'll run you through who has the hits in just a moment. 1-0 pitch, that's low. Count 2 balls and no strikes below the knees. 1 hit from Sundberg, 2 from Shaw, 1 from Walker, 2 from Harris, 1 from Collier, and 1 from Baca. 2-0 pitch, that's well low into the dirt. Count 3 balls and no strikes. And Stephen Colon has seemed to have lost the strike zone here early in the 3rd inning. Colon did quite well after entering in the 3rd inning. And replacement of the starter, Akil Morris. He did allow 2 hits, but he struck out 1. And the 3-0 pitch, it looked close, maybe a little bit inside, and it's a 4-pitch walk issued to Braxton Lee. So there are runners on first and third now. With nobody out, and Joe DeLuca comes to the plate. Southern Maryland Blue Crabs looking to even this series at a game apiece. Joe DeLuca comes to the plate in just his 2nd game in a Blue Crabs uniform. He is catching tonight. Blue Crabs have 2 catchers hitting over 300. Neither one in the lineup today. First pitch is upstairs for ball 1. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Austin Rye hitting .301. And Ryan Haug, who is scratched from today's game, actually leads the team in average as Haug hits .357. 1-0 pitch is cut on and fouled back behind home plate. It hit the sweet level, I believe, and came ricocheting back down to this lower level in front of us. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike now on DeLuca. Still nobody out. Runners on the corners for the Blue Crabs in a 6-1 lead. Stephen Colon looks back, Braxton Lee. Runners on the corners and no outs in the 3rd inning. 1-1, swinging a line drive up the middle for a base hit. Joe DeLuca with his first hit today, his 2nd hit of the year for the Blue Crabs, and it drives in a run as Zach Collier comes in from 3rd. As the Blue Crabs now have a 7-1 lead on 9 hits, as Michael Baca now comes to the plate. As the Blue Crabs just keep producing runs. 3 in the 1st, 3 in the 2nd, 1 here in the 3rd. It's 7-1 Southern Maryland. Well, just to give you an idea of the hits now, once again, all but 2 players for the Blue Crabs have hits. It's just Crosby and Lee, and Lee's reached now. He's on 2nd base. He had a walk earlier in the game. 1-1 pitch, or first pitch I should say, to Michael Baca is outside, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Lee from 2nd. And Joe DeLuca from 1st. After Zach Collier scored on the RBI single from Joe DeLuca. Baca steps back in. 1-0 pitch, that's low in the dirt. Briefly gets away from DiCarlo, but he has it under control. And the count 2 balls and no strikes. And now the catcher, DiCarlo, is going to go out and have a chat with Stephen Colon. I think more than anything, it's just to settle him down here. Try to get him to find the strike zone once again. Back in the 1st inning, did not have an issue with falling behind in counts. Threw just 12 pitches, 7 strikes, but it's been a different story here on the top of the 3rd. He has now thrown a total of 9 strikes and 11 balls. It is still a 7-1 Southern Maryland edge. Lee on 2nd. He reached via a walk. Joe DeLuca on 1st, who picked up an RBI single, scoring Zach Collier from 2nd. 2-0 offering. Swinging a high pop-up foul, first base side out of play. Count 2-1. Not a totally packed house here in Long Island. We had a good group of fans here yesterday. And there's quite a few on the first base side. Not so much on the third base side, but a sizable group over there on the first base side. And a solid group to an extent here on the third base side. Not as much as yesterday, though. Yesterday had maybe twice as many fans as today, as the 2-1 pitch to Baca is swung on and fouled off first base side. Count now 2 balls and 2 strikes on the right-handed hitter. So DeLuca from first and Lee from second. As a 9-hitter, Michael Baca steps back in. Hitting 171, but picked up a hit in his first at-bat. Baca is really in because of his defensive abilities. Breaking ball called strike 3. Baca goes down looking, and there is one away now in the top of the third. Brings up Jack Sundberg, who is 1 for 1. He doubled. He also walked and stole a base back in the first inning. He followed by Raul Shaw. Shaw 1 for 1, or Shaw 2 for 2. Sundberg, who's the plate, is 1 for 1. He's reached base twice, though. Has 2 runs scored. Also has 2 RBIs. He scored both DeLuca and Baca with his double back in the first inning. First pitch, that runs low, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Jack Sundberg hitting .235 on the year. Sundberg credited with a double and a walk so far today. Here's the 1-0 pitch. It's upstairs. And the count 2 balls and no strikes. We're going to get to our trivia question in the bottom of the third, and you get your hint in the top of the fourth, and the answer in the bottom of the fourth. I see we've got some shout-outs here on the Blue Crabs chat. We'll get to those in just a moment. Of course, we have our shout-out cap. You can't enter shout-outs past the top of the 5th inning. At that point, we'll stop announcing shout-outs. At the 2-0 pitch is a called strike. Up until the 5th, though, we will be happy to give you a shout-out. Blazer Bobcat says he's watching and listening yet again from Albany, Georgia. Great to hear from you, Blazer Bobcat. And Harvey King, I apologize I mispronounced your town here, as I know it's up in Massachusetts. Worcester is spelled W-O-R-C-E-S-T-E-R. I don't know if it's Gloucester or Gloucester. This one swung on and line into right field for a base hit. The Blue Crabs go station to station as the bases are now loaded with 1 out. It's still a 7-1 ball game. So now it will be Sundberg from first, DeLuca from second, and Lee from third.
Second baseman, number 27, Raul Shaw.
Well, back to my previous point. The Blue Crabs have a bases loaded and 1 out, and I again apologize to our friend Harvey King if I'm mispronouncing his town's name. It's exactly where in Virginia he is. If you would like to enter your name and the town where you're from, go ahead. Leave it in our YouTube chat, and I'd be happy to give you a shout out. First pitch, a called strike on a breaking ball to Raul Shaw. Well, after the base hit for Jack Sundberg, he is 2 for 2 today. His batting average climbs to .246. Raul Shaw also 2 for 2. His batting average at .346. Breaking ball up and in. The count 1 ball and 1 strike now on Raul Shaw with the bases loaded and 1 out. A run already in for the Blue Crabs here in the third. It's 7-1. The Blue Crabs have 10 hits today. Here's the 1-1. Over the head of Shaw. The Blue Crabs are going to hold the runners, though, as Joe DiCarlo got to the ball pretty quickly. And in a 7-1 game, you play more conservatively on the base paths. Did take a really hard ricochet off the back. The count 2 balls and 1 strike on Raul Shaw. As he looks to drive in some more runs, he had a 2 RBI game yesterday, but 1 RBI was taken off the board after his double was turned into an error. The rule change came in today. He is 2 for 2, and he's driven in another RBI today. This one, swinging a ground ball right back up the middle, a base hit. A 3 for 3 start to the day for Raul Shaw. And another RBI as Braxton Lee comes in and scores. It's an 8-1 Blue Crabs lead, and they still have the bases loaded with just one out. Never hurts your numbers when you pick up yet another base hit. 8-1 Blue Crabs as Jared Walker is set to step back in. He's got an opportunity to blow this one wide open. It's already 8-1. 3 in the first for the Blue Crabs, 3 in the second. They've added 2 more here in the third. And I think this is a game where it's a real opportunity for some guys who haven't played as much to get more action. As the pitch is upstairs in the count, 1 ball and no strikes on Walker. If the Blue Crabs do manage to really open this one up and see guys who maybe haven't gotten quite as much playing time to this point in the season. We may see Dario Polanco get an opportunity today, among quite a few others. 1-0, swinging a ground ball, first base side. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Be interested to see if Matt Hibbert might get into the action today. Ian Yetzko. 2 of them have played quite a bit this season, but not as much recently. Good to see them get some at-bats as well. Austin Rye, who was the primary catcher while Ryan Haug was out, not in the lineup today. He did pinch hit yesterday. But we might see him make an appearance as well. 1-1 pitch, swinging a high pop-up in the infield. It's the shortstop, Devin Marrero, who gives way to Devinson Romero, but takes back control and makes the catch for the second out, as it is still an 8-1 ball game with 2 away. David Harris, the designated hitter, digs in. He's 2 for 2 today. Reached base in 17 consecutive contests. Had a 15-game hit streak. That was snapped yesterday, but he did reach via a walk. So we keep the streak going, at least for an on-base streak. And for David Harris, he has 2 hits today, so that streak is extended to 17 games. First pitch, that's low and away. Count 1 ball and no strikes. The longest active hitting streak for the Blue Crabs belongs to Raul Shah, who has a hit in 8 consecutive games. And it's incredible to think about Raul Shah, that he did not get a lot of playing time to start the season because he was behind Ruby Silva on the depth chart, as the 1-0 pitch comes up and in, the count 2 balls and no strikes. So he received very limited action, but once Silva left, the Blue Crabs have relied heavily on Raul Shah, who has earned that number 2 spot in the Blue Crabs lineup, to say the least. 2-0 pitch, upstairs, count 3-0. And with the 3 hits today, Raul Shah is hitting .358 on the year. So he has surpassed Ryan Haug's .357 batting average. And now, Stephen Colon is at risk of walking in a run. 3-0 pitch. That's upstairs. It's ball 4. It's an RBI for David Harris, and imagine he'll take them any way they'll come. It's his 2nd RBI of the game as Colon walks in a run. Joe DeLuca comes home from 3rd and scores the run. The Blue Crabs have 3 in the first, 3 in the second, and 3 more here in the 3rd. The bats have been clicking for Southern Maryland, and the pitching from Long Island's been inconsistent. Stephen Colon's gone an inning in the 3rd. He's thrown 38 pitches, just 18 strikes. The walks have added up. First pitch to Alex Crosby is low for ball 1. Alex Crosby, the only Blue Crabs batter who has not yet reached base, as the Blue Crabs have batted around in back-to-back innings. Nine runs on 11 hits for Southern Maryland. 3 in the first, 3 in the second, and 3 in the 3rd. First pitch, or the 1-0 pitch, I should say, crossed up the catcher Joe DiCarlo, who was expecting fastball. He rose up in his crouch and then found a breaking ball coming back at him, so he had to go back into his crouch. Either way, 6 consecutive balls now thrown from Stephen Colon. And that warrants a meeting at the mound between Joe DiCarlo and Stephen Colon. Bases are loaded with 2 outs for the Blue Crabs in a 9-1 game. Count 2 balls and no strikes on Crosby. Here's the pitch. Swinging a high fly ball left field. It's playable for LJ Mazzilli, who takes a couple of steps over and makes the catch for the final out. So that ends the top of the 3rd inning. The Blue Crabs strand 3, but they score 3. At the end of 2.5, it's Southern Maryland 9, the Ducks 1. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you need a win on the road, don't get left stranded. Make AAA part of your roster and you'll always have someone on deck ready to get you home. AAA also offers car care, insurance, and travel services, and has stores conveniently located for Blue Crabs fans in Brandywine, Crofton, and Alexandria. Don't forget to ask them about membership discounts for military and first responders. Please visit AAA.com to learn more or to find a AAA location near you.
Well, the first pitch from Mackenzie Mills on Michael Wolanski is a called strike, and the count no balls and 1 strike on the right-handed hitter. 0-1, swinging a high pop-up foul first base side, count 0-2. We have our trivia question coming up here in the 3rd. Want to get to all the shout-outs from everybody as well, so go ahead and let us know where you're listening to today's game from. It's a big 9-1 Blue Crabs edge. So our trivia question today, we're going to get to it after Wolanski's at bat. As the 0-2 missed outside, now the 1-2 is low and in, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Base paths are empty for the leadoff man in the inning, Michael Wolanski. Wolanski bats 8th. Just to give you an idea, now the Blue Crabs have come to the plate 3 times compared to 2. As the 2-2 pitch is swung on, a high pop-up foul right overhead. Some fans below us already have 1 souvenir from the game. They're looking for their 2nd. I don't think that ball ever came down. 2-2 pitch from Mills. Swinging a high pop-up foul yet again. First base side out of play. The count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. As just going back to that last point on the Blue Crabs, Southern Maryland has sent 23 batters to the plate. This is the 8th batter the Ducks have sent. 2-2s away, count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Mackenzie Mills' pitch count isn't exactly low. He's thrown 40 pitches across 2+ innings of work. Allowed just 1 hit. It was a solo shot to Davidson Romero. 3-2 pitch, a little bit away, and that's ball 4. Runner on first base.
Go first.
Michael Wolanski.
Duck shortstop, number 35.
Well, let's get to that trivia question for you. We're going to get to that in one moment. We apologize. Brief technical difficulties on our end over here. First pitch to Marrero, swinging a ground ball that deflects off the mound and up the middle for a base hit. As there are runners on first and second with nobody out for the Long Island Ducks. As they've got a bit of a rally going to start the bottom of the 3rd inning. The Blue Crabs bats have given starting pitcher Mackenzie Mills a nice lead to work with. Runners on first and second now for the Blue Crabs. First pitch, swing strike from Johnny Turbo, and the count 0-1. Runners on first and second. We apologize there for our brief technical difficulties. And now time to bring you your trivia question today. There were 6 teams in the Atlantic League before the league when the league started. We're going to get there in a second. The 0-1 pitch is cut on and popped up as Jared Walker on the first base line in front of the bag where he makes the catch for the first out. Now back to the question. There were 6 teams in the Atlantic League in its inception in 1998. The Ducks did not come until 2000. Can you name all 6 teams? Now, put your answers in the YouTube chat. I don't want anybody to look this one up. See how many of the 6 we can get here. We'll give you a bit of a hint in the top of the 4th inning. We're not there yet, though. So go ahead and answer and try to name as many of the original 6 teams in the Atlantic League that you can. Again, don't look anything up. I'd love to see how many we can get here because there are a few that stumped me I would not have gotten. 0-1 pitch is swung on and fouled back from L.J. Mazzilli. Runners on first and second with 1 out. Pitch, that one misses. So now the count is 1 ball and 1 strike. I beg your pardon. Runners on first and second, though, for the Long Island Ducks. After a single from Wolanski and Marrero, 1-1 is low, below the knees, ankle high. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. So just to recap the trivia question, there were 6 teams in the inaugural season in the Atlantic League. How many of the 6 teams can you name? There are some tough ones here. 2-1 pitch, up and away. Count 3 balls and 1 strike. As I mentioned earlier, the Long Island Ducks did not come into existence officially until 2000. They were founded back in 1998, but did not have their first season until the 2000 season. 3-1 pitch cut on and fouled off first base side, going to get out of play. And the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Now some of these teams only existed for a few years, others existed for much longer, and maybe some of them are still in existence today. We're not going to give you any additional information until the top of the 4th inning. I can tell you more about how long some of these teams were in existence for originally and what some of the other teams were that came a little bit later. And the official answer to our trivia question in the bottom of the 4th inning. 3-2 pitch swung on and tap foul first base side. Again, put your answers in the YouTube chat if you know any of the original 6 Atlantic League teams. Runners on, first and second, 1 out. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Also, if you'd like a shout out, go ahead and throw that in the YouTube chat as well. Always keep a close eye there on the YouTube chat. 3-2, swinging a line drive into shallow right, a diving play, and Raul Shah gets there. Oh, what a terrific play by Raul Shah, diving back to make a catch for the second out in the bottom of the 3rd inning. Raul Shah has 3 hits today, and he pairs it with a diving catch into shallow right. Two away in the bottom of the 3rd inning. As Lou Ford comes to the plate. Maybe the play of the game defensively as Raul Shah robs a base hit from L.J. Mazzilli. Lou Ford digs back in. Runners on, first and second, and 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swinging a high fly ball into right field, left field I should say. Down the line, Sundberg chases. He's going to run out of room as it falls on top of a white tent down the left field line. Ball was probably hit about 310 feet. Awfully close to that right field or left field foul pole. For the count, no balls and 1 strike on Lou Ford. Ford digs back in. Marrero from first, Wolanski from second. Mackenzie Mills set. Pitch, swing and a miss on a breaking ball. It was low and out of the zone, but Lou Ford swung through it. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes on the right-handed hitter. Had a chance to grab some bagels here in Long Island. We'll talk about that a little bit more on the top of the 4th inning. We have to get some more suggestions from fans as to where I should go on the road trips. 0-2 pitch. A little bit outside. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. Lou Ford digs back in. Mills set. Here's the pitch. Swinging a high pop-up first base side. It's the first baseman, Jared Walker, in foul ground, who makes the catch for the final out. Well, the Ducks don't score a run. They do strand 2 at the end of 3 innings of play. It is the Blue Crabs 9 and the Ducks 1. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Cecilia, Jack, and Dylan. Now you'll notice they were setting up the table.
When you need a win on the road, don't get left stranded. Make AAA part of your roster and you'll always have someone on deck ready to get you home. AAA also offers car care, insurance, and travel services, and has stores conveniently located for Blue Crabs fans in Brandywine, Crofton, and Alexandria. Don't forget to ask them about membership discounts for military and first responders. Please visit AAA.com to learn more or to find a AAA location near you.
Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Top of the fourth inning, 9-1 Blue Crabs. First pitch is low for ball one on Zach Collier. Count 1 ball and no strikes on the lefty on what is a very nice Wednesday evening on Long Island. 1-0 pitch, called strike on the outer half. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Some very enthusiastic fans below us. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. As Zach Collier leads things off. 1-2 pitch. Swinging a high chopper back toward the mound. The new pitcher, Hunter Caudell, fields and tosses to first, and there is 1 away. Oh, it's the first time in this ball game the leadoff hitter has gotten out for the Blue Crabs. Oh, I beg your pardon. No, back in the second inning, the Blue Crabs actually did have the first 2 batters out, or the first batter out before they went on a long rally. Braxton Lee now steps in. He does not have a hit yet, but he does have a walk. This first pitch swing, ground ball over to second, fielded by Frias. He tosses to first, and there are 2 away. Base paths are empty with 2 outs. It's up for Joe DeLuca, who is 1 for 1. He has also walked. So now there are 3 catchers for the Blue Crabs who have batting averages of 300 or higher. DeLuca at 400. Not sure it's going to stay this high forever, but he's 2 for 5. And then Austin Rye hitting .301. And Ryan Haug, who was unavailable for today's game, is hitting .357. First pitch runs inside, count 1 ball and no strikes. Was originally supposed to play in today's game, but ruled out after batting practice. 1-0 pitch, swinging a foul ball back behind home plate. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, time I give you a little more info on our trivia question. I'm not sure if we have any answers yet. Lauren X says Bears, Bluefish, Surf. So that's quite a good start. There are 6 total teams. I'm going to give you a little more info on that. 1-1 pitch, inside and low, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike on Braxton Lee. So none of the 6 original teams, which I'm going to call the original 6, just like it is in the NHL, in the Atlantic League are still in the league. There is one team that was here as recently as 2020. Some of the teams that were founded shortly thereafter, we'll get there in a moment. 2-1 pitch, it's going to high fly ball over to right field. The right fielder, Johnny Turbo, over there to make the catch for the final out. Some of the other teams, Long Island Ducks began in 2000. The Aberdeen Arsenal also came into existence in 2000, but the Arsenal were quickly disbanded. In 2001, the Camden River Sharks came into existence. So right now, Lauren Eck has helped us out by naming 3 teams, the Bears, the Bluefish, and the Surf. We're still looking for 3 others. Can you help us out and name the remaining 3 teams in the Atlantic League? Don't go look it up. Let's see if we can check your memory to know your baseball trivia here in the Atlantic League. Put your answers in the YouTube chats. Chat will have the official answer to our trivia question in the bottom of the 4th inning. Stick with us.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
It's the bottom of the fourth inning as Davidson Romero steps in. As we still await the first pitch from Mackenzie Mills. Breaking ball low and away, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Romero hit a solo shot back in the second inning. 1-0 pitch. Called strike on the outside corner, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Romero led things off in the second and hit a solo shot to left. It's the lone run scored by Long Island today as the 1-1 pitch came up and in, or low and in, I should say, on Romero, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. So just to pick us up where we left off, we have Lauren Eck, who has named the Bears, the Bluefish, and the Surf. Dennis Moore has offered the New Britain Bees. They were not part of that original 6. As the 2-1 pitch, also low, count 3 balls and 1 strike. We're going to see if anybody can name the additional teams as part of the original 6 in the Atlantic League. 3-1. Swinging a line drive foul, third base side. There's one more I think everybody here knows. They exited the Atlantic League in 2020 for affiliated ball. That should be a big hint there. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Wes Mumper offers the Camden River Sharks, who came into existence in 2001. 3-2, swinging a line drive, right field. Braxton Lee drifts back and makes the catch for the first out. 9-1 Blue Crabs here in the bottom of the fourth inning. 3 in the first, 3 in the second, 3 more in the third. Blue Crabs were held off the board in a 1-2-3 fourth inning. We're trying to name the original 6 teams in the Atlantic League. A lot of good guesses. The only one to actually guess a team that's gotten one right so far, Lauren Eck, who has named 3 teams correctly: the Bears, the Bluefish, and the Surf. First pitch is low for ball 1 on Rusney Castillo. 1-0 pitch, cut on and popped up first base side. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes. The official names for those 3 teams: the Atlantic City Surf, the Bridgeport Bluefish, and they existed until 2017, and the Newark Bears, who played in the Atlantic League until 2010. 1-1 pitch, that one's fouled off. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes now in the bottom of the fourth inning. 9-1 Blue Crabs scored 9 runs over the first 3 innings. The 1-2 pitch gets past Joe DeLuca, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. And Rusney Castillo would have liked he could have taken off for first base there, try to steal first, but was not in the cards that time. He would have been credited with a base hit based on the new Atlantic League rules. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Wes Mumper's got one. Somerset Patriots. So far we've gotten 4 out of 6. 2-2, swinging a ground ball over to third, easily fielded by Crosby. Throws a ball a little bit short for Jared Walker, but it's nicely picked at first, and there are 2 away. 2 up and 2 down from Mackenzie Mills here in the 4th inning. For Mills, he has now retired 5 straight batters. And the pitch, that one swung on and fouled off first base side. So I don't think anybody's going to get the rest of these. So let's go through them all. Atlantic City Surf, I should say. The Bridgeport Bluefish, the Newark Bears, and the Somerset Patriots were all named by those of you on the YouTube chat as the 0-1 pitch way inside on Joe DiCarlo. The 2 teams that were not named, the Nashua Pride, who existed from 1998 to 2005, and the Newburgh Lehigh Valley Black Diamonds. As the 1-1 pitch in there for a strike, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes now. So the Newburgh Lehigh Valley Black Diamonds, they existed from 1998 to 2001. And the Pennsylvania Road Warriors were there for a season. 1-1 pitch close, a little bit away, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. So just to run through them all again. The Surf, the Bluefish, the Pride, the Bears, the Diamonds, and the Patriots were the original 6. 2-2 pitch is low, and the count 3 balls and 2 strikes. The Aberdeen Arsenal came in shortly thereafter in 2000. Long Island Ducks came in 2000. The Camden River Sharks in 01. The Barnstormers in 05. The York Revolution in 07. And the Blue Crabs in 08. 3-2, swinging a ground ball foul, third base side. Ball gets into play. And remember, the Blue Crabs bullpen comes out there to take the ball off the field. Blue Crabs bullpen is in the outfield just past the left field foul pole. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Called strike 3. Joe DiCarlo goes down looking. He's not exactly thrilled at the call from Rob Massaro, but that ends the 4th inning. A 1-2-3 inning from Mackenzie Mills at the end of 4. It's the Blue Crabs 1 and the Blue Crabs 9 and the Ducks 1. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Top of the 5th inning from Long Island, New York, as the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs lead 9-1. First pitch a little away for ball one on Michael Baca. 3 runs in the first, 3 more in the second, and another 3 runs coming in the third for Southern Maryland. That's how they scored 9. 1-0 to Baca, swinging a line drive, one hopper, deflects off the glove of the third baseman, Romero, who scoops it up in time to throw to first for the out. Really nice work by Davidson Romero over there at the hot corner. A sharp ground ball, nearly got by his glove, but he managed to field and throw to first for the out. There was a great question posed in the YouTube chat a couple of moments ago from Matt Nemec, who said, shouldn't Lou Ford be out of the game due to the double hook, or is he missing something? Now, I had the same question. We'll get to that in a moment. First pitch is inside, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Mike Pollock, who does broadcasting and media relations for the Ducks, came to me earlier in the game after the starting pitcher Akil Morris exited. He gave me the answer to that question. The 1-0 pitch, a little bit low and outside. Count 2 balls and no strikes. So what is the answer, you might be asking? Well, the answer is that if a pitcher gets injured in a game, they retain the designated hitter through the 5th inning. If the pitcher comes out of the game after the 3rd inning due to injury, it is counted as if it would be a full game. So since Akil Morris only went an inning and a third, the designated hitter will be gone after the 5th inning. But they do have the designated hitter through the 5th inning. If the pitcher had exited due to injury after the 3rd inning, they would retain the DH for the entire game. So there are different rules when pitchers exit due to injury as opposed to due to just a traditional exit. 3-0 pitch is a called strike on Jack Sundberg, who has been on base 3 times today. 3-1 pitch, swinging a ground ball over to first, easily fielded by Wilansky, who picks it up and steps on the bag, and there are 2 away. And here comes Raul Shah. Shah is 3 for 3 today. Singled and scored a run back in the first. Singled and reached 3rd in the second. And another single and drove in a run in the 3rd. Well, Raul Shah hitting the ball very well right now, as the first pitch is upstairs for ball 1. The count 1 ball and no strikes with 2 outs in the top of the 5th. Against the Ducks, Raul Shah is hitting .385. Good for 5 for 13 with a home run, 3 runs, and 8 RBIs. 1-0 pitch, that's away. Count 2 balls and no strikes. Well, even if the slugging percentage isn't going to be boosted off the charts, the average certainly has been. Raul Shah hitting .358 on the year. 2-0 pitch, called strike, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. With the base paths empty and 2 outs, 9-1 Blue Crabs. A trio of runs in the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd innings. The Ducks have scored 1. It was a solo shot from Davidson Romero back in the 2nd. 2-1 pitch, that's away. Count 3 balls and 1 strike. Well, Wes Mumper posed a terrific question toward me, and it was even affirmed by our terrific Multi-Apples, who makes an appearance sometimes in our YouTube chat. We'll get to that question momentarily. 3-1 pitch, called strike, knee high on the outside corner. His question named 2 teams that were planned and failed to develop in the Atlantic League. So go ahead and see if you can answer Wes Mumper's question. Great question. I don't know, Wes. I will admit it. I'm not sure who they are, as the pitch runs outside to Raul Shah, and he has reached via a walk. Akil Morris exited today's game after a line drive hit him back in the 1st inning. A calf contusion was the reason that he has exited the game. So he turned to hit him on the calf after he pitched. It was the ground ball off the bat of Harris. He seemed to get up and be all right, but he did not have his control clearly following the injury. The pitch to Jared Walker. Big swing and a miss, in the count 0-1 on the lefty. Runner on first base now with 2 outs, 9-1 Southern Maryland. But going back to Matt's question after this pitch, 0-1, called strike, count 0-2. Well, Matt Nemec asked, shouldn't Lou Ford be out of the game due to the double hook? And the answer is he does not come out of the game because if a pitcher gets injured prior to the 3rd inning, the team will retain their designated hitter through 5 innings. And then if a pitcher is injured after the 3rd inning, it will be as if the pitcher pitched all 5 innings. They will retain the designated hitter for the entire game. 0-2, swinging a high fly ball, right field line, and that ball is a foul ball, just tailed foul, nearly got out of the ballpark. Jared Walker, it's been that kind of run of play for him. He does have a hit today. He's got actually hits in 3 straight, but he could have about 3 hits in each one of those ball games. He had 1 home run yesterday, easily could have had a second, one that was just feet away from getting out of here that he blasted, and at probably most parks here in the Atlantic League would have been a home run. And nearly had a home run or at least extra bases down the right field line. 0-2 pitch, that's low in the dirt, count 1 ball and 2 strikes. So if anyone knows the answer to Wes Mumper's question, 2 teams that were planned and failed to develop in the Atlantic League. Ooh, does Dennis Moore have the answer? 1-2 pitch, check swing. Motion over to the 3rd base umpire, Mario Rosas, who says he held up. Dennis Moore says Possum Point Lodge in Louisiana. Apparently Stan Clyburn goes duck hunting over there. Dennis must be a good friend of Stan's. Says unconfirmed though. I do not have confirmation there. The 2-2 pitch though, swinging a line drive foul. Nearly hit the first base umpire, Michael Herring, who somehow dodged and got out of the way. There is a future team coming in, and has been officially announced. Hagerstown will replace Wild Health next season. Runner on first base and 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swinging a ground ball foul, first base side. And the count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. Hagerstown is in Maryland. So it'll be an in-state rival for the Blue Crabs. There's a Pennsylvania in-state rival. There's the New York in-state rivals. And now the Maryland in-state rivals. 2-2 pitch, swinging a foul tip. But DiCarlo couldn't hang on to it. The count remains 2 balls and 2 strikes. I'm not sure if Dennis Moore is answering the question or not. There actually was a planned team there. Maybe Wes Mumper, you could help us out in the top of the 5th inning. Either give us a hint or give us the answer to your trivia question, because it's a great one. 2-2. Runs low and in and gets past the catcher, Joe DiCarlo, which allows Raul Shah to advance to second base. It's now a full count on Jared Walker. Runner on second base with 2 outs. Walker steps back in. David Harris on deck. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. 9-1 Blue Crabs. Here's the pitch. Swinging a high fly ball. Shallow right field. Frias and a couple other guys back there, and no one's going to get to it. Vladimir Frias, Michael Wolanski, and Johnny Turbo all could have had a shot at that ball in foul territory, and nobody got to it. Fell in foul ground. Would have scored a run. It's not going to be an error, as it was a really long run. Ball was probably 290 feet down the line. I'm honestly curious as to why it was the 2 of them and not Johnny Turbo over there to make that play. I mean, he's got Turbo level speed. He should have been able to get there. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes on Walker. That was the 10th pitch of the at-bat. Talk about a marathon at-bat for Hunter Caudell, who's pitched very well up until this point. 3-2. That runs in. It's ball 4, and Caudell can't believe it. And so there's a runner on first. Runners on first and second now with 2 outs. Following the walk to Jared Walker. Two away in the top of the 5th. 9-1 Southern Maryland. Well, after Baca had a long at bat and drove one sharply over to third for the first out. First pitch misses to David Harris, count 1-0 on a ground ball to third. Jack Sundberg grounded out to first. A walk to Raul Shah, a walk to Jared Walker, and there are first and second with 2 outs. One-0 pitch, a called strike, and the count 1-1. One, swinging a line drive, hard hit right at the third baseman, Davidson Romero, who is there and makes the catch for the final out at the top of the 5th inning. Stick with us as we go to break. We're halfway through in Long Island as the Blue Crabs have a 9-1 lead. Stick with us. The Ducks coming to bat when we come back.
This is Joe DeLuca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Bottom of the 5th inning, 9-1 Southern Maryland. Mackenzie Mills back out for his 5th inning of work. First pitch to Vladimir Frias, a called strike on the righty. And the count, no balls and 1 strike. 3 runs in each of the first, second, and third for the Blue Crabs, all they've needed up until this point, as the 0-1 pitch is a called strike at the knees, and the count 0-2. Count, no balls and 2 strikes. Pitch swinging a high, pop up, foul, first base side. The count remains no balls and 2 strikes. We got a couple of shout outs to get to. So first, Michael Oliver gets a shout out. He's over on the Facebook stream. And then the other one with the shout out is Dennis Moore, who was saying he was looking for a shout out from Possum Point Lodge in Louisiana. It's where he and Stan hunt ducks together, is what he was telling us. Count, no balls and 2 strikes on Vladimir Frias. We do have an answer to Wes Mumper's trivia question. Get there in a second. 0-2 pitch. That's outside. Count 1-2. Well, what were the question that Wes Mumper, who, if you guys haven't been following along, is the Blue Crabs clubhouse manager for the visiting team. And his question was, what were the 2 Atlantic League teams that were planned that never came into existence? Now, I didn't know. 1-2 pitch, swinging a line drive into right center. It's a base hit. Bruce, I beg your pardon, it is Zach Collier who quickly comes over to cut that one off, but it's a base hit for Vladimir Frias in the 5th inning. It's Frias' second hit of the day. He's 2 for 2. Michael Wolanski comes to the plate. Does not have a hit yet. He has walked today. So, one of our loyal commenters here, Richard Bennett, answered the Loudoun, Virginia Hounds were promised a team but didn't get one. That is correct. Back in 2010, their team was founded, and they officially closed in 2014. They were unable to create a team. Had a pretty cool logo, the Hounds did. You can look them up online. And at one point, the Loudoun Hounds were supposed to have a team at Edelman Financial Field in Virginia, which was a planned 4,000-seat stadium. Kenzie Mills tosses over to first to check on Frias. Pitch runs low on Wolanski. Count now 1 ball and 1 strike in the bottom of the 5th on Wolanski. Hope everybody's having a pleasant evening as the pitch is swung on, hit high in the air, right field. Braxton Lee takes a couple of steps back and makes the catch for the out. Oh, Braxton Lee fires to first. He's going to test Frias, who was hanging off the bag a little bit too long, and nearly got him. Braxton Lee's got a rocket. Did not even induce a call from the first base umpire, Michael Herring. It was close, to be honest. It was maybe a step or 2 that he was safe by. But Braxton Lee gave a good effort. Why not try to throw to third? Try to throw to first, I should say, if he's too far off the bag. Well, there's one away. Here is the 9-hitter Devin Marrero. First pitch upstairs. Count 1 ball and no strikes. 9-1 Blue Crabs. .1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. We appreciate all the comments on the YouTube chat. If you're over on Facebook, we love to have you there too, but we do check the chat on YouTube all the time. I can always get to your requests there on air. We do check the Facebook chat as well. And the 1-1 pitch, a little bit low and in. Count 2 balls and 1 strike. I was told that Michael Oliver had commented quite a bit on the Facebook chat, so we gave him a shout out as well. Runner on first base, 1 out. 2-1 pitch, cut on, popped up, foul territory. It's going to get into the seats. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Now we did this, there was another game we played back in Gastonia where you all were recommending places I should go while I'm on the road. And there were some specific places for Staten Island, and there were some others in a couple of other cities across the Atlantic League. I'm going to go back and find out to make sure we hit all those places. And we'll give you some reviews on whatever the place you ask us to. You ask me to go out there and try some of their food. We'll give you a review on air during the game. 2-2 pitches away. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes now on Devin Marrero in the bottom of the 5th inning. 3-2. Swinging a foul ball back to the netting. The count remains 3 balls and 2 strikes. Well, there are actually 3 promised teams, is what I'm hearing now from Wes Mumford. We've heard 1 as the 3-2 pitch, swinging a line drive down the left field line. It's a base hit and extra bases. Frias pulls on the brakes at third. It's a double, and there are runners on second and third for the Ducks with 1 away in the bottom of the 5th. A really good piece of hitting from Devin Marrero. Frias to third. It's still only 1 out. 9-1, Blue Crabs lead. Mackenzie Mills has now thrown 89 pitches. You'd have to wonder if he's got anything after this. You'd have to think he's probably going to be done after 5 innings, having pitched close to 100 pitches, unless he feels comfortable going into the 6th with a high pitch count. Blue Crabs lead 9-1. This one swinging a ground ball to short. Baca's going to throw to first to get the lead out, but 1 run does come home, and there are 2 away now in the inning, but it is a 9-2 game as Baca trades a run for an out. That will help Mackenzie Mills in his pitch count, though, as that was pitch number 90 on the afternoon. 4 2/3. Here comes L.J. Mazzilli. Marrero from second base. Frias came around to score on the fielder's choice. First pitch to the 2-hitter L.J. Mazzilli, a called strike on the outside corner, and the count 0-1. Runner on second base for the Ducks after a double from Devin Marrero. Allowed 1 run to come in and score as the 0-1 pitch, another one on the outer edge for a strike. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes on the righty, Devin Marrero. And if Mackenzie Mills can get out of this with maybe 92, 93 pitches, maybe he's got a chance at coming in the game for the 6th. 1-2, that's low. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. No one warming up yet in the Blue Crabs bullpen we can see, but then again we do have a somewhat limited vantage point as it is behind the wall in left field. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes after the 0-2 is in the dirt. 1-2 pitch, swinging a line drive, center field, shallow, and Collier picked it on the bounce. Very close, nearly made a play on that ball. Decided not to dive, but instead just sort of slide and lowered his glove toward it. And Collier didn't quite get there in time. Well, now the question that Matt Nemec asked comes into play. Matt Nemec asks, so why is Lou Ford still allowed in the game as a designated hitter after the pitcher came out after just an inning and a third? The reason was due to injury, as the first pitch swinging from Ford is cut on a foul tip. The count 0-1. So if a pitcher gets injured and pitcher is injured within the first 3 innings, the team keeps the designated hitter through 5, and then following the 3rd inning, it would be as if the pitcher stayed in the whole game. This one comes low and in, gets past DeLuca, allows the runner from first, LJ Mazzilli, to advance to second. Meanwhile, it is Devin Marrero on third base. Count 1 ball and 1 strike on Ford. The answer to Wes Mumper's trivia question, which was about 3 teams that were planned for the Atlantic League that never came to fruition. Answer to that's in the top of the 6th, so stick with us for that answer. 1-1 pitch, that's away. Count 2 balls and a strike. Got another potential answer from Richard Bennett, who's been all over this question. He said there was talk of a team in Malden, Massachusetts, but they couldn't get the land available to build a stadium. Very interesting. This one swinging a ground ball under the glove of Alex Crosby. 2-run score. It's Mazzilli from second and Marrero from third. I'd imagine that's going to go down as an error on Alex Crosby. He was there, would have had an easy play over to first base, but it goes underneath Alex Crosby's glove. It's a 2-run error as the Ducks have found themselves back in this game. It's 9-4 now in the 5th, and Daryl Thompson's going to go out there to have a chat with his pitcher, Mackenzie Mills. Well, the Blue Crabs had a 9-1 lead. This 9-1 lead's been cut to 9-4 here in the 5th, as the Ducks have put up a trio of runs. They scored 1 run on a fielder's choice from Johnny Turbo, and they scored 2 runs on a error over at third base from Alex Crosby. Here is Davidson Romero. Things don't get any easier for Mackenzie Mills. Pitch low, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. So there's an interesting conversation to be had about ERA and runs allowed per 9, which is sort of a statistic that takes into account all runs allowed per 9 innings. Because even when some runs aren't earned, it's debatable how accountable the pitcher should be for those. 1-0 pitch is low, and the count 2 balls and no strikes. So for example, if a pitcher, a relief pitcher, comes in and should have gotten 1 out, and there was an error made, but then goes on to allow 10 more runs, those all go down as unearned. This one, swinging a high pop-up, shallow right. It's Sundberg who comes in and makes the catch for the final out. We'll talk about that and more in the top of the 6th. Wes Mumper's trivia question has an answer for us when we come back. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. It's 9-4 Southern Maryland.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Chick-fil-A of Charles County has been a proud supporter of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since their inception in 2008. For years, they have sponsored the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, America's prisoners of war and missing in action. In between the second inning of each game, there is a moment of silence brought to you by Chick-fil-A. The Southern Maryland Blue Crabs appreciate and respect not only Chick-fil-A, but all of those that have served our great country. The seat that they sponsor was made possible by Chick-fil-A of Charles County. Thank you so much, and visit any of your Charles County Chick-fil-A locations today.
Well, we bring you back to Long Island at Fairfield Properties Ballpark. First pitch from the new pitcher, Chris Cepeda. Runs inside for ball one on Alex Crosby. Count 1 ball and no strikes. This is very much a game now, as the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs had a 9-1 lead. It's now a 9-4 lead as the pitch is swung on and cranked foul first base side. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, Long Island pitching has sort of figured out the Blue Crabs bats more recently. There's a new pitcher in Chris Cepeda. We're going to get there in one moment. The number's on him. 1-1, swinging a high fly ball, left field. The left fielder, L.J. Mazzilli, drifts over to the line where he makes the catch for the first out. So a couple of things we're going to take care of in a moment. First, we're going to get to Wes Bumper's trivia question first. And then we're going to talk a little bit more about the runs allowed per 9 ERA. But first, we got to talk about Long Island pitching. Akil Morris went an inning and a third. He allowed 6 earned runs, 6 hits. He walked 2. From there, they brought in Stephen Colon, who allowed 3 earned runs and 5 hits over an inning and 2/3. As the first pitch runs inside on Collier. They then went to Hunter Caudell, and Caudell pitched quite well. 2 innings, he did walk 2, but did not allow a hit. And they've now turned to Chris Cepeda, who's only pitching in his 2nd professional game of the season. 1-0, swinging a high fly ball, right field, hard hit, but the right fielder, Johnny Turbo, drifts back in front of the warning track where he makes the catch for the 2nd out. Chris Cepeda last played on May 20th. That was in game 1 against the Blue Crabs. Received a no decision across the inning in 2/3.
Right fielder, number 13, Braxton Lee.
So there are 2 away now in the top of the 6th. So let's get to the answer to Wes Bumper's trivia, if he's given it yet. These are the team's established names. They started building and playing, but failed to fully start nor recruit a roster. He said he'd give his answer to the top of the 6th. We haven't quite gotten, maybe he hasn't quite gotten there on the stream yet, but we have heard about a team potentially in Malden. We've heard about a team in Loudoun. 1-0 pitch, swinging a foul ball, third base side out of play. The count 1 ball and 1 strike on Braxton Lee. I'm honestly curious about the answer to this question. I guess we'll get there in the bottom of the 6th inning. We were earlier talking about the difference between runs allowed per 9 and ERA. We'll see if we can get there before the end of this inning as the 1-1 pitch is inside, count 2-1. And ERA, I think, is generally a better statistic than runs allowed per 9. But runs allowed per 9 gives a little bit of an idea of maybe a little more context. If the runs allowed per 9 is way higher than the ERA, maybe it means that the pitcher got a little bit lucky in having a lower ERA as the 2-1 pitch is upstairs and inside and the count 3-1. Especially if the pitcher records what would be the 3rd out of the inning and then proceeds to allow 7 more runs. Those all go down as unearned. So the runs allowed per 9 gives you an idea that the pitcher's allowed more than just what the ERA says. 3-1 pitch. That's away for ball 4. So Braxton Lee reaches. Runner on first base with 2 outs as Joe DeLuca comes to the plate. Runs allowed per 9 is interesting, though, because it doesn't. I think generally you don't want to rely upon it as opposed to ERA, but the context is important. As Joe DeLuca steps in from the left side. Two away in the top of the 6th, 9-4 Southern Maryland. Here's the first pitch. Swinging a high fly ball. Center field rather deep. Sends Rusney Castillo back into left center in front of the state material sign where he makes the catch for the final out. We're finished with 5.5 innings of play. It's the Blue Crabs 9 and the Ducks 4. Stick with us as the Ducks are coming to the plate in the bottom of the 6th.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Chick-fil-A of Charles County has been a proud supporter of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since their inception in 2000.
This is Daryl Thompson, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Whether it's Chris Paul, Cliff Paul, Aaron Rodgers, or even the son of a former Blue Crab, Patrick Mahomes, you've seen many athletes endorsing State Farm. That's because your State Farm agent has your back through good times and not so good times. That's why all the Blue Crabs, Daryl Thompson and the whole team, trust State Farm with their insurance needs. State Farm is the company people have trusted for over 99 years to help life go right. Call your local State Farm agent, Greg Conklin, today at 240-776-4289.
Castillo.
Well, Rusney Castillo will lead things off in the bottom of the 6th inning from Long Island. A 9-4 Blue Crabs advantage. Be Castillo, followed by Joe DiCarlo and Vladimir Frias. New pitcher on the mound for the Blue Crabs. It's Patrick Baker. Baker has pitched 11 in the 3rd inning so far. Has not allowed a run. He's walked 8, allowed 5 hits. Batting average against of just 128. 1-0 pitch, swinging a slow ground ball over to second. The toss to first from Raul Shah is in time, and plenty of time to get Rusney Castillo, who is jogging lightly down the line, and there's one away. Well, there's some more interesting news from Wes Mumper's trivia question, and we'll get there in time. For those of you who don't know Wes, he is the clubhouse manager for the visiting clubhouse at Regency Furniture Stadium as Joe DiCarlo comes to the plate. There's one away now in the 6th. Still 9-4 Blue Crabs. Well, it's Jake Zarella who is going to pinch hit for Joe DiCarlo. First pitch misses low for ball 1. We're going to give you a little more information on Mackenzie Mills and Patrick Baker. As Mackenzie Mills went 5 innings of work, allowed 2 earned runs, 4 total runs. The 1-0 pitch is swung on and fouled off third base side. Through 101 total pitches. Count 1 ball and 1 strike now on Jake Zarello. Here's the 1-1 from Baker. That one off the knob of the bat. And the count 1 ball and 2 strikes now on Zarello. Well, Patrick Baker, he's got a hard fastball. We've seen it harder than this. We've seen it as high as 97 pretty consistently. Today, 94.5, the hardest fastball we've seen from Patrick Baker. A breaking ball where he took a lot off of it, but it's away, and the count 2 balls and 2 strikes now on Jake Zarello. Well, to get back to the question from Wes Mumper about who the 3 teams were that had established names in starting building but did not finish building. The 2-2, check swing, and he went around. Zarella goes down on strikes, and there are 2 away. Well, he mentions the Virginia Beach Neptunes, the Loudoun Hounds, and the Bergen Cliffhawks. Now, the Bergen Cliffhawks were supposed to play in the Meadowlands Sports Complex. For those of you who don't know, that's where the New Jersey Nets and New Jersey Devils used to play. Now, of course, the Nets, the Brooklyn Nets, and the Devils play at the Prudential Center. Devils moved out in 2006. And the Nets number of years later, once they moved to Brooklyn. First pitch to Frias is up and away for ball 1. MetLife Stadium is still in that sports complex. And the plan was to build the stadium for the Bergen Cliffhawks right there in that same sports complex. 1-0 pitches away. Count 2 balls and no strikes. For a number of years, the New York Red Bulls also used MetLife Stadium as their stadium before they had Red Bull Arena just down the road in Harrison. Baker, the 2-0 pitch. In on the hand, swinging a ground ball slowly over to third. Crosby fields, throws to first. It's in time! Oh, wow. Looked a little bit late from the naked eye from me, but he's called out at first base. A terrific play over at third by Alex Crosby. And a 1-2-3 inning from Patrick Baker, who comes in and retires the side. We're finished with 6 innings of play here from Fairfield Properties Ballpark. It's 9-4 Southern Maryland. Stick with us.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by, and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, we are back in the top of the 7th inning, 9-1-2 to the plate. Baca followed by Sundberg and Raul Shaw. First pitch is way outside to Michael Baca, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Well, the Blue Crabs 9 and the Ducks 4. 3 runs in the first, 3 more in the second. They added an additional 3 in the third. That's how the Blue Crabs got their 9 runs. 1-0 pitch. Breaking ball for a called strike on Michael Baca, and the count 2-0, or 1-1. Top of the 7th inning. Here's the pitch. It's upstairs. Count 2-1. The scoreboard up there says 3-0. I could have sworn the umpire behind home plate, Rob Massaro, called that second pitch a strike. Now the pitch is a called strike. Online we have a 1-2 count. I had a 2-1 count. I think it's now a 2-2 count. Well, we have 3 different counts in 3 different places. The pitch swinging a high pop-up, first base side. First baseman Michael Wolanski drifts into foul territory and makes the catch for the first out. Well, it ends up not being all that important what the count was. It's an out nonetheless. There's 1 away in the 7th. Back to the top of the order for Jack Sundberg. Now, the last proposed team was the Virginia Beach Neptunes. who are also supposed to be an Atlantic League team. And they were brought to the region after the Norfolk Tides were going to be playing in Norfolk, Virginia, in the AAA Independent League, or International League, I should say. First pitch a called strike, the outer half on Sunbury. 0-1, that's low. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike with 1 away in the bottom of the 7th. The Neptune's name alluded to Virginia Beach's location on the Atlantic Ocean. There's a bronze statue of Neptune. As the 1-1 pitch comes inside, count 2 balls and 1 strike. They're supposed to finish the ballpark in 2015 and begin play in 2016. And they're trying to make it happen in 2017, but it's never came together. 2-1 pitch. That's away. Count 3 balls and 1 strike now on Sundberg. So a terrific bit of trivia there from our visiting clubhouse manager, Wes Mumper. 3-1 offering. Called strike on the inner half in the count 3-2. Our original trivia question was about the original 6 teams in the Atlantic League, none of which are still in the league. The 2 most recent of which were the Somerset Patriots and the Bridgeport Bluefish. This one swung on a high pop up into shallow center. The center fielder, Rusney Castillo, turned on the Jets and gets there in time to make the catch for the second out. Now 2 away in the top of the 7th inning.
Second baseman, 27, Raul Shaw.
And so it is a 9-4 Blue Crabs lead as the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs look to extend their lead on the Long Island Ducks back to 9.5 games and give themselves a shot at winning this division tomorrow. Lancaster's 10 back, Long Island 8.5 right now. So on swinging a ground ball over to short. Nicely fielded by Devin Marrero. Double clutch and tosses to first in time. A very quick 1-2-3 inning for the Blue Crabs bats in the top of the 7th. We're finished with 6.5. It's time to stretch at Fairfield Properties Ballpark here in Central Islip, New York. We'll step aside when we come back. It's the bottom of the 7th. Don't go anywhere.
This is Joe DeLuca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. This is Joe DeLuca, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
We welcome you back in the bottom of the 7th inning. Joe DeLuca, who just came in for station identification, remains in the game as catcher for the Blue Crabs. He didn't have to go anywhere. He already had that recording. As Patrick Baker back on the mound for his second inning of work, he faces off against Michael Wolanski to lead things off in the bottom of the 7th inning. First pitch is away for ball one. 1-2-3 inning for Baker. Vladimir Frias was certain he had himself a base hit at the end of the bottom of the 6th as the 1-0 pitch is away, count 2-0. And I thought first look it was a hit as well. I had a chance to go back and look at that pitch, that play at first base again. It was really close. He was probably safe, but very, very close. 2-0 pitch is swung on and fouled off first base side. And the count 2 balls and 1 strike now on Michael Wolanski. Base paths are empty as Wolanski leads things off in the bottom of the 7th. 9-4. 2-1, cut on, popped up foul yet again. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. As I mentioned earlier, Patrick Baker has been throwing right around 94 all night. It's topped out at 94.8 to be precise, according to our TrackMan pitcher. This one swung on, ground ball foul, first base side. Looked to be quite close down the first base line. No argument from Michael Wolanski, but the first base umpire jumped out of the way. Looks like he's asking Jared Walker whether he thinks it's a fair ball or not, or at least speaking with him. First base umpire, Michael Herring. It was a close play. It was very close. I thought it was fair originally, to be honest, but it was probably very, very close down that first base line. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Tapper foul first base side, and the count remains 2-2. It's tough to try to avoid getting hit by a ground ball and then also at the same time making that call. 2-tip, and it is in and out of DeLuca's glove, so Michael Wolanski stays alive. 2 balls and 2 strikes on the first baseman Wolanski, who came in for Sam Travis, who's out with a lower leg injury. And now Wolanski is coming in his place. 0 for 1 today. He does have a walk. This one swung on and tapped foul behind home plate. He's working a very deep at bat. That was the 7th pitch of the at bat on Baker, or for Baker, I should say. Baker set once more. Here is the 2-2 pitch. Swinging a line drive right at the shortstop, Baca, who had it and then dropped it. Oh, it was in his glove. It was all but secure. And then he couldn't hang on to it. So there is a runner on first base. I'm sure that will go down as an error. But Michael Wolanski reaches nonetheless. Here comes Devin Marrero. Devin Marrero is 2 for 2 in today's game. Single and a double. Came around to score on his double back in the 5th inning. As Baker has to deal with a base runner here in the 7th. First pitch, swinging a foul ball, first base side. So speaking of earned runs versus unearned runs, unless that's going to go down as a hit, which I would be surprised to see. Now, the official ruling is still pending. As the line drive seemed to be right at Baca. 0-1 pitch. Swinging a chopper to the third base side. Fielded by Crosby. The throws across the diamond for the lead out. And there is one away. Now, if this is to be ruled an error, let's say, on the ground ball from Wolanski, or the line drive, and it is an E6, is what it goes down as. And then he were to come around and score here by virtue of a stolen base at third and then a fly out to right, and Baker would have no part in that run at all, and it would go down as unearned, rightfully so. But we were talking about ERA versus runs allowed per 9, and that would be a perfect example of an unearned run that really has nothing to do with Patrick Baker. This one swung on, driven in the air, deep right field, back to the warning track at the wall. Braxton Lee makes a terrific catch. Oh, what a play by Braxton Lee at the wall to make the catch on a very deep fly out the other way off the bat of Johnny Turbo, who gave that ball a ride. But it goes down as just a fly out to right at the end of the day. Runner on third, 2 away for L.J. Mazzilli, who digs in from the right side. 9-4 Blue Crabs. Blue Crabs scored 9 runs in the first 3 innings, 3 runs in each of those innings. Ducks scored 1 in the second. They added 3 more in the bottom of the 5th. Be interesting to see what Stan Clyburn opts to go with here in 7, 8, and 9. Early just an 8 and 9, as the pitch from Baker is a called strike as far as the bullpen is concerned. I mean, Baker's been terrific, but I don't think the Blue Crabs want to extend him more than 2 innings if need be. 0-1. A little bit inside, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, the Blue Crabs, having allowed or having lost back-to-back games, are looking for their first win in 3 tries. 1-1 pitch, big wave and a miss, count 1-2. It's the first time this season they've lost back-to-back games. This is basically a 6-game series between Southern Maryland and Long Island. Blue Crabs played 3 at home and now play 3 on the road. Those 3 games at home, Blue Crabs won the first 2 and lost the next one. And the Blue Crabs lost the first game on the road here to Long Island. Got a healthy lead, though. 1-2 pitches low in the dirt. Good curveball from Patrick Baker that time, but didn't find the strike zone. Baker has been throwing a little bit harder here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Topped out near 96 at 95.8. And that's a very fast fastball. There's no question about it. He's got some serious heat on it. 2-2, up and away. Count now 3 balls and 2 strikes. He's got major league caliber velocity, and he's paired it with a good breaking ball. Count 3 balls and 2 strikes. Runner on third base with 2 away. Here's the 3-2 pitch. Swing and a foul tip off of the bat of L.J. Mazzilli. Mazzilli to be followed by a pinch hitter, as Lou Ford was the designated hitter throughout the evening. But the starting pitcher for Long Island, Akil Morris, left the game via injury after just an inning and a third, which allowed the Ducks to keep their designated hitter through 5. But then they lost their designated hitter for the final 4 innings. 3-2, swinging a high pop-up now. Right field side, long run. Braxton Lee slides, but can't quite get there in time. And so, remains a 3-2 count on L.J. Mazzilli. We've talked about a couple of long at-bats. This will be the 7th pitch of the at-bat to Mazzilli. Also had a very long at-bat against Michael Wolanski. That was 8 pitches. Wolanski reached on an error. He stands at third base right now. So we'll do it again. 9-4 Blue Crabs. Runner on third base. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Baker is set. Here's the pitch. Swinging a foul ball yet again for the 8th pitch of the at-bat. And L.J. Mazzilli saying, well, look, we don't want you in the game in the 8th inning. Your pitch count is going to be too high, and if he keeps fouling off pitches, he'd be right. This will be the 30th pitch of the evening for Michael Baker, or I beg your pardon, Patrick Baker against L.J. Mazzilli. 3-2, swung on and fouled off third base side. Well, Patrick Baker has been quite good so far this season. Has not allowed an earned run. His whip is at 1.15 due to the high walk numbers. Walked 8 batters, allowed 5 hits, and 11 1/3 coming in, but he's gone 1 2/3 so far. So now 13 base runners over 13 innings. As the error against Baca does not count in the whip category. 3-2, that's low, it's ball 4. And typically when you walk a batter, you know, it might be symptoms of a control issue. Not so at all for Baker. That was the 10th pitch of the at-bat. Thrown 6 really good strikes. And he'd wasted a pitch or two there as he was trying to induce a swing and a miss. As Dustin Woodcock comes to the plate. I would imagine that there's some action in the Blue Crabs bullpen. But a 10-pitch walk can be as mentally taxing probably as it is physically taxing for a guy like Patrick Baker. Well, runners on first and third with 2 outs. It's quite a good opportunity now for the Long Island Ducks. So you can score the 2 guys on base, all of a sudden it's a 3-run game. So just to refresh everybody's memory, it was Michael Wolanski who led off the inning, getting aboard via an error on Michael Baca. He reached second on a ground out to third, advanced to third on a fly out to right. First pitch is away now. The pinch hitter Dustin Woodcock, who comes in for Lou Ford. And then L.J. Mazzilli reached moments ago on a walk, a 10-pitch walk at that. This one swung on a foul tip. May have deflected off of the catcher Joe DeLuca's equipment as he walks it off. Slides down those knee pads just a little bit. And the shin guards. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. It is a little bit chilly outside today. Lucky to be inside, but temperatures in Central Islip 56 degrees right now. As Dustin Woodcock will step in. L.J. Mazzilli from first. Michael Wolanski from third. Let's go Ducks chants permeate throughout the broadcast, throughout the ballpark. 1-1. Fastball on the outside corner, count 1-2. Patrick Baker can throw even harder than he's throwing tonight. We've seen him in the upper 90s, 99, even has touched 100 before, but has his best control when he's right there in the mid-90s. 1-2, swing and a tapper, first base side, and the count remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. Typically the velocity for Baker, you're looking right around 95 for the fastball. Again, we've seen him touch 96 once today. And the curveball's in the low 80s. With a changeup in the upper 80s. So a good 3-pitch pitcher, your traditional 3 pitches. Count 1 ball and 2 strikes now on Dustin Woodcock. Here's the pitch. Swing and a foul tip. How many breaking balls has Baker thrown today where these batters have been out in front of them, have been swinging generally over them, but just barely get enough contact to stay alive? Saw it probably 3 times in L.J. Mazzilli's at-bat, and once here to Dustin Woodcock. Well, Patrick Baker looking to finish off 2 innings of work Here's the pitch. Low into the dirt. Count 2 balls and 2 strikes. See, buried a breaking ball. Bottom of the 7th inning. 5-run lead for the Blue Crabs, but the Ducks are threatening. I'm honestly a little bit surprised we haven't seen L.J. Mazzilli in motion here. Try to put 2 runners in scoring position, where a single would make this a 3-run ball game. Here's the 2-2 pitch. Swinging a ground ball, first base side. Walker's got trouble with it. He tosses back to the bag. It's not in time. Oh my, the Blue Crabs, a couple of mistakes out in the field. And another run comes in and scores as Dustin Woodcock reaches on what I'd imagine would be another error. We await the official ruling on that last play, and now Stan Clyburn left with no option but to make the call to the bullpen. Baker had a pretty good outing, all things considered. Went 2 innings. He allows an unearned run. That's going to go down as a hit, as there are runners on first and second now with 2 outs. And there's a new pitcher coming in for the Blue Crabs. It's 9-5 after the run comes in and scores. And there's a new pitcher for the Blue Crabs. We'll step aside briefly for the new pitcher. We'll be back at the bottom of the 7th inning with 2 outs and runners on first and second for the Ducks. Well, we bring you back in the bottom of the 7th inning. It is 9-5 Southern Maryland with runners on first and second and 2 outs. The Ducks have an opportunity to get back in this game. The Blue Crabs turn to Bradley Roney as the first pitch is low for ball 1. Count 1 ball and no strikes. Well, Bradley Roney on the season has a 3.38 ERA. And the 1-0 pitch, breaking ball, swung on and missed. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike. His last appearance was on Sunday, where he went just 1/3 of an inning. He walked one and recorded an out. The count now 1 ball and 1 strike on the righty, Davidson Romero. The biggest threat in this order. 1-1. Runs in, count 2 balls and a strike. Southern Maryland typically has a terrific bullpen. They went to Patrick Baker today. And I think Baker pitched rather well here in the 7th, actually. Had a 1-2-3-6, and then here in the 7th, an error by Baca to lead things off. He recorded the following 2 outs, then gets charged with a walk and a hit. Well, that last hit was a ground ball over to first base. Walker had trouble with it. It normally is a rather routine 3-1 put out, but some confusion there after he bobbled it and allowed a run to come in and score. An unearned run charged to Baker. 2-1 pitch, a lot of heat on that fastball, but it ran inside, and the count 3 balls and a strike, and it chased Davidson Romero off the plate. 3 balls and 1 strike on Romero. Runners on first and second, 2 outs. Here's the pitch. Swinging a high pop-up, first base side. Jared Walker in foul territory. He's there and makes the catch for the final out. So Baker went an inning and 2/3, allowed an unearned run, 1 walk and 1 hit. It's Bradley Roney who comes in at the end of the 8th, or end of the 7th inning, I should say, to get the final out. Well, we're finished with 7. It's the Blue Crabs 9, the Ducks 5. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, we go to the top of the 8th inning as the Blue Crabs send 3, 4, and 5 to the plate. Jared Walker, and he will be followed by David Harris and Alex Crosby. Blue Crabs have been stuck on 11 hits for a long time now. Had 11 hits through just 4 innings. Well, Jared Walker had an RBI double back in the first. He walked in the 5th. On the day, Walker 1 for 3. pitch. That one's upstairs. The first pitch was a called strike, though. So the count now 1 ball and 1 strike on the lefty Walker. Long Island has made this one a game. It was 9-1 after 3 innings of play. But they've made it a 9-5 game as the 1-1 pitch is a little low and away. Count 2 balls and a strike. With 3 runs in the 5th, they added 1 in the 7th. Despite the fact Blue Crabs pitching has been pretty good. 2-1. That's away. Count 3 balls and a strike. Blue Crabs have allowed a total of 5 runs, but just 2 of them have been earned. Mills has allowed 4 runs, 2 earned. Baker allowed 1 unearned run. Count 3 balls and a strike now on Walker. 3-1, swinging a high fly ball, deep right center field. This one back to the warning track at the wall. It is out of here. A solo shot from Jared Walker over the Chisella sign in right center, and the Blue Crabs have a 10-5 lead. They were stuck on 11 hits. They were stuck on 9 runs for a while. Well, Jared Walker sets that loose. The Blue Crabs now have a 10-5 lead on 12 hits. As he hits his 7th home run of the year, that's now a team high for the Blue Crabs, and his 2nd home run in as many nights. Jared Walker is hitting the ball awfully well right now. So the Blue Crabs get a little more breathing room. It's already a healthy 4-run lead, but you'd have to wonder if that makes a difference as far as where Stan Clyburn goes for the 8th and 9th. I wouldn't be at all surprised to see Roney back out there. First pitch swing, pop up, first base side. It's going to get into the seats. They count 0-1. Roney's been really good recently. Has a 3.38 ERA, which is good, but more recently is where he's really shined. Throughout the month of May, he has a 1.35 ERA. Across 6 2/3 innings. Allowed just 3 hits in that time frame. 0-1 pitch to David Harris, up and in. And the count 1 ball and 1 strike after he fouled off the first one to the first base side. Base paths are empty after the solo shot from Jared Walker. And the 1-1 pitch called strike, and the count 1-2. And we saw a burst of power from Jared Walker earlier this season. It was in that first series against Lexington where he had 3 home runs in the first 4 games. He had 4 home runs in 8 games in the month of April. And then Jared Walker had a home run on May 1st and then did not hit another. And there's the 1-2 pitch on the outside corner for a called strike 3 on Harris. And there is 1 away. So going back to that, though, there was a home run drought for Jared Walker from May 1st all the way until April or May 24th. So more than 3 weeks without a homer for Walker. More than 15 games between those two. This one, first pitch swinging from Crosby back to the warning track at the wall. It's going to one-hop the wall. Crosby has a 1-out double for Southern Maryland to straightaway center field past Rusney Castillo. And there's a runner on second with 1 out for Crosby. It's the first hit of the game. And now all but 1 player on the Blue Crabs has a hit. It's Braxton Lee. He is on deck with Zach Collier at the plate. But Braxton Lee has reached base today. He extends his reach base streak to 7 games today. Meanwhile, Raul Shah extended his hit streak to 8 games. And David Harris, who just struck out moments ago, has extended his on-base streak to 17. First pitch, Collier way out in front of that one, and the count 0-1. James Varela has entered the game for the Ducks as the new pitcher. Varela, his last outing, which was the Thursday prior to the Blue Crab series. We'll get to that in a moment. This one swung on, lined up the middle for a base hit. They're going to send Crosby from second, and he scores without a throw as the center fielder Rusney Castillo tosses into the second baseman Vladimir Frias, and the Blue Crabs now have an 11-5 lead. RBI single from Zach Collier, who has a 2-hit day. In addition to having 2 hits, he has also scored a run and tripled. So a single and a triple for Collier, a run batted in and a run scored. He has 2 of the team's 14 hits. Here is Braxton Lee. He's 0 for 2 today. He's walked twice, but still searching for that first hit as the first pitch is away for ball 1 on Braxton Lee, who comes in hitting .265. And Lee has scored a run today as the 1-0 pitch. That misses. Count 2 balls and no strikes. Runner on first base, 1 out. 11-5 Blue Crabs over the Ducks. Braxton Lee, a guy who started slowly, but he's been coming on a lot better recently. 2-0, called strike on the outside corner. Looked a little bit away. Braxton Lee even checked his swing to avoid swinging at it, but the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Collier from first, he just drove in a run as Crosby came around to score from his RBI double, I beg your pardon. A 2-1 pitch, that missed low and away. Count 3 balls and 1 strike now on Lee. He could have a trio of walks today without a hit. Here is the 3-1 pitch. Swinging a line drive back behind home plate, just overhead here in the press box. And the count full at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Well, tomorrow's game, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs will send Daryl Thompson to the mound. He'll face off against Scott Harkin, who pitched very well against the Blue Crabs in his last appearance. Here's the 3-2, swinging a line drive, left field, but it's right at L.J. Mazzilli, who takes 3 steps back and makes the catch overhead for the second out. Well struck by Lee. He's had a couple hard hit balls. He's walked twice. He's been on base a couple of times. But that one fly out the other way. So 2 away now in the 8th inning. Well, here comes Joe DeLuca. 1 for 3 today. He's walked once, scored a couple of runs. First pitch, big wave and a miss. Joe DeLuca back in game 1 was 1 for 4 with a run scored. So on the year, 2 for 7 with a trio of runs. Also drove in a run. Collier from first with 2 away. Pitch, swinging a ground ball. Shortstop, going to be a tough play for Frias, who throws across the diamond, and it's in time for the final out. Beats Joe DeLuca by a half step to end the inning. Well, the Blue Crabs add 2 runs on a solo shot from Jared Walker and an RBI single from Zach Collier. We're finished with 7.5. We go to the bottom of the 8th. Blue Crabs ahead by 6.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com.
(11-5). Blue Crabs, new pitcher comes in for Southern Maryland. It is Endris Briceño. Endris Briceño, we're going to get the numbers on him in one moment. First pitch is a fastball away, and the count 1 and no strikes on the 5-hitter, Rusney Castillo. A little surprised the Blue Crabs have gone to Briceño here, who's always been the 8th inning setup guy, which might mean that Latos is due up next. 1-0 pitch is swung on and fouled off first base side. And the count 1 strike. I'd imagine the thinking here is that he hasn't pitched in a little while. Briceño last pitched 4 days ago in the Saturday game of the series back on April 21st. 1-1, swinging a line drive toward right field. Braxton Lee on the run, and he makes the catch for the first out. Pretty well hit the other way from Rusney Castillo. And base paths are empty with 1 out for Jake Zarello, who came in for Joe DiCarlo earlier in this game. Endris Briceño, in his last appearance, picked up the win, went 2 innings of work, allowed 1 hit, didn't have any strikeouts, which is rare for Briceño. Has 23 strikeouts in 14 innings coming in. First pitch, swing and a pop-up in foul territory. It's going to get into the seats. This crowd had a decent size earlier in the game. Oh, not terrific, but for a Wednesday night, it was awfully good. And not much of that crowd is left. Just a handful on the third base side, maybe 10, 15 fans, and a little more over on the first base side. 0-1 pitch, that's a called strike, and the count 0-2 as he goes with the breaking ball on the 0-1 count. Endris Briceño throwing 94 on the fastball. And mixing in a curveball that sits at 79. He's got great differential there in the pitch velocity. 0-2 runs in. And he chases Jake Zarello off the plate. And Endris Briceño traditionally has terrific control. He has walked 5 batters over 14 innings. 1-2, low in the dirt. And Zarello doesn't chase, and the count 2 strikes. It's a good pitch from Briceño, and he knows that pitch is going to induce a lot of chases, but Zarello holds up. Briceño set. Here's the 2-2. That's low in the dirt again. And the count 3 strikes. Endris Briceño went with the changeup that last time. Something in between the curveball and the fastball. And the fastball runs at 95, and then if you can put the curveball there at 79. It's a massive differential. There's something in the middle there, the changeup. 3-2 pitch, a little bit inside. Brasino asked where it missed. I'm not honestly all that sure myself, but the home plate umpire, Rob Massaro, says ball 4. And I've never seen Andres Brasino all that upset with the call. But he put his hands up asking where it was. It was belt high. Looked pretty good from my vantage point. And there's a runner on first base now with 1 out. It's the 6th walk issued by Brasino this season. And here comes Vladimir Frias. Here's the pitch. Swinging a high fly ball. Right field deep. Sends Lee back to the track, to the wall. It is gone. A 2-run shot from Vladimir Frias, who is red hot. It's the first time Brasino is allowed a run this season, as Frias goes deep for a 2-run shot, and this is an 11-7 game. Vladimir Frias is on fire. He has hit extremely well against the Blue Crabs this year. And he has only continued to do so today, where he has 3 hits. Vladimir Frias came into this series hitting under 200. Against the Blue Crabs, he came into today's game hitting 7 for 16. He's now hitting well over 400, nearly 500. Actually 2 for 4 today. He has a 2-run shot, 2 RBIs. Well, Andres Brasino allows a 2-run shot to Frias, who was all of a sudden hitting extraordinarily well after he came in really struggling. Well, now the count 1 ball and 1 strike on Michael Wolanski. So that one missed outside. Here's the pitch. Breaking ball called strike. You know, sometimes when your numbers are so good, like Brasino's, it doesn't hurt to allow maybe 1 run and get that monkey off your back, because you're constantly hearing about a streak. And, you know, he has not allowed a run in how many innings. Now he can just pitch. This one, a swing and a miss in the dirt at a breaking ball. And there are 2 away. So 2 outs now in the bottom of the 8th inning. Following a 2-run shot from Vladimir Frias. It scored Jake Zarello, who reached via a walk. And here comes Devin Marrero. 11-7 Ducks are trailing the Blue Crabs. The Blue Crabs scored 3 in each of the 3 first innings to take a 9-1 lead, and made it an 11-5 lead back in the top of the 7th. Those 2 insurance runs are coming in handy now. First pitch check swing on Devin Marrero does not go around. Count 1 ball and no strikes on the righty. Here's the pitch. Swinging a line drive, first base side foul. Count 1 ball and 1 strike. Well, the Blue Crabs led 3-0 after the first. After the second, they were ahead 6-1. Led 9-1 after the third. Ducks got 3 back in the 5th to make it a 9-4 game. It's 9-5 when the Ducks got 1 more back in the 7th. And the Blue Crabs and Ducks have traded a pair of runs in the top and bottom of the 8th. Pitch misses low, and the count now 2 balls and 1 strike on Marrero. That's a little bit inside as the 2-1 pitch misses. Count 3 balls and a strike. And so 1 hit and 1 walk have gotten the Ducks back in this one. It was a big hit off the bat of Frias. A 2-run shot that made this an 11-7 game. Here's a 3-1 pitch. It's upstairs, and it's a second walk issued by Brasino today. He's someone who traditionally has outstanding control. Runner on first base and 2 outs as Johnny Turbo comes to the plate. Johnny Turbo is hitting .367 on the year. Was hitting over 400 earlier in this series. He's been a terrific bat at the top of the lineup for Long Island, and as much as he has great speed, also hits the ball well. First pitch called strike on a breaking ball on the count 0-1. So the Ducks have scored the first runs off of Briseño this year. 0-1 pitch, swinging a ground ball foul first base side. And the runner was going on the pitch as well. Count 0-2. Well, some fans below us are intent on yelling charge every time the jingle comes around. Turbo has never played in the major leagues. 0-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Struck him out. And that ends the inning. A pair of strikeouts from Andres Briseño, but he does allow 2 runs on a 2-run shot off the bat of Vladimir Frias, who keeps on hitting for the Ducks. We are finished with 7.5 innings of play. We're finished with 8 innings of play, I should say. It is the Blue Crabs 7 and the Blue Crabs 11 and the Ducks 7. I beg your pardon, but we are finished with 8. We head to the top of the 9th. You're listening to Blue Crabs Baseball on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
This is Coach Doug's, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
All Pawn is Southern Maryland's premier pawn shop and is the official pawn shop of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Stop by and say hello today. They've been a part of the Southern Maryland community for 18 years. If you need some cash to hold you over, or if you're just doing some spring cleaning and want to clear some stuff out, please bring it by All Pawn and let them make you an offer. If you have broken jewelry or some that you just don't want anymore, please bring it by, and they'll pay you more than anyone in the Tri-County area. They're located on 301 in White Plains, just south of DeMar Road. Go Blue Crabs!
First pitch swinging from Baca. It's popped up. And the second baseman for Long Island, Vladimir Frias, onto the outfield grass where he makes a catch for the first out. Well, it is the Blue Crabs 11 and the Ducks 7 here from Central Islip, New York. Well, the Blue Crabs had lost back-to-back games for the first time this year, after they lost Game 3 at home and Game 1 on the road. First pitch is upstairs to Jack Sundberg, and the count 1 ball and no strikes. Sundberg steps back in. A left-handed hitter has reached base on 3 times tonight, as the 1-0 pitch way outside, and the count 2 balls and no strikes. The 6th plate appearance for Jack Sundberg. You're going to get that from time to time, especially when your team scores 11 runs on 14 hits. It's been a real breakout day for the offense for the Blue Crabs today. As Sundberg steps back in. Here's the 2-0 pitch, called strike at the letters, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. Well, Jack Sundberg was not expected to get the start earlier today. It was Braxton Lee who was initially leading things off. The 2-1 pitch is outside. Count 3 balls and 1 strike. Ryan Haug was supposed to be the catcher for the Blue Crabs tonight. He was a late scratch and pulled from the lineup. As the 3-1 pitch called strike on a hard fastball. The count 3 balls and 2 strikes from Varela. Base paths empty, count 3 balls and 2 strikes on Jack Sundberg. Just going back to those earlier changes. We'll get to that after the pitch. 3-2, swinging a high pop-up. Third base side sends the third baseman Davidson Romero into foul territory where he reaches back over his head and makes the catch for the second out. He slightly overran it. Back to some of those lineup changes earlier in this game. It was Braxton Lee who was supposed to be the leadoff man, and Ryan Haug who was going to catch with Joe DeLuca as the designated hitter. Instead, DeLuca was moved to catcher. Haug was out, and Jack Sundberg inserted into the lineup as David Harris was moved from left field to designated hitter. Here comes Raul Shah, first pitch swinging, high pop-up, first base side. First baseman Wolanski chases it as far as he can go, but he runs out of room. And the count, no balls and 1 strike on the right-handed hitter, Raul Shah. On the day, Shah 3 for 4, hitting .352. He has a pair of doubles. He's got a single, a walk. He grounded out once. Here is the pitch. Called strike at the knees in the count. No balls and 2 strikes. Blue Crabs 11, the Ducks 7. As they scored 2 runs back in the bottom of the 8th inning. I'd be very interested to see if the Blue Crabs go to Matt Lajos. I think they would in what's now a 4-run game. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Swinging a high pop-up, shallow center field. Rusty Castillo takes a couple of steps in and makes the catch for the final out. The Blue Crabs are retired in order. They have a 4-run lead as we go to the 9th. Stick with us on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network as the Blue Crabs look to win Game 2 of the series.
American Radiology is the clear choice for all of your medical imaging needs. With locations in Charles and Calvert counties, they offer a full range of imaging services. Some of their latest innovations included 3D mammography and wide-open MRIs for our claustrophobic patients. For your convenience, they even offer extended weekday hours and Saturdays. For more information or to schedule an appointment, visit their website at AmericanRadiology.com.
This is Josh McAdams, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
When you're in the market to buy or sell a home, call Tony McClure of Century 21 New Millennium and his Grand Slam team, the realtor of the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs since our first season in 2008. Tony and his team of preferred partners includes Tim Murphy of CNF Mortgage and Steve Scott of the Scott Law Group. Together, they will ensure that your real estate needs are nothing short of a grand slam. The quality service you will receive is Hall of Fame worthy. Put Tony's 41-plus years of experience to work for you. Call or text Tony today at 301-928-1280 for your personal Grand Slam experience. Go Blue Crabs.
This is Matt Latos, and you're listening to the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network.
Well, it may be the 9th inning, but Matt Latos is not entering the ball game. Instead, the Blue Crabs are going to Nick Wells, who's been a very reliable reliever for the Blue Crabs so far this year. Wells with a 2-1 record, a 2.53 ERA on the season. The first pitch now, a called strike, as he takes on L.J. Mazzilli, who will be followed by a pinch hitter, along with Davidson Romero in the 9th. 0-1, that's a little bit away, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike. As Mazzilli lays off that pitch. Here is the 1-1 offering. A little bit upstairs, count 2 balls and 1 strike. The Ducks trail the Blue Crabs 11-7. Blue Crabs got off to a very healthy 9-1 start, have continued riding this lead. 2-1 pitch, ground ball over to third. This one fielded by Crosby. He throws across the diamond with plenty of time, and there is one away. Well, the Blue Crabs have gone with a number of different relievers today. To be exact, Wells is the 4th relief pitcher, the 5th overall pitcher for the Blue Crabs. Let's run back through the Blue Crabs pitching staff numbers on the day. As a pinch hitter steps in, it's Alejandro De Aza. It's not bad when you can go to Dustin Woodcock and Alejandro De Aza off your bench. And that is the luxury the Ducks have right now. We're going to run back through the Blue Crabs pitching staff, though. First pitch swinging from De Aza is cut on a pop-up. Third base side going to get out of play into the seats. Back to my previous point, though. Alejandro De Aza is at the plate, though. He's a 184 hitter and hit a 2-run shot down the line in yesterday's game, which were the 2 winning runs of the game. Back to that last point, though, about Southern Maryland. It was Nick Wells who's gone 1/3 of an inning. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss from De Aza, count 0-2. Brasenio's gone 1 inning of work. He allowed 1 hit, 2 walks, 2 earned runs. Bradley Roney went just 1/3 of an inning as he finished the 7th inning. Baker pitched the 6th and the vast majority of the 7th. An inning and 2/3, allowed 1 hit, 1 unearned run, and a walk. As the 0-2 pitch, swinging a pitch in the dirt, and De Aza doesn't seem all that intent on running over to first base as the catcher for Southern Maryland, Joe DeLuca, tosses over. He's carrying the bat in his hand about 10 feet down the line, veered off, bat still in his hand, over toward the Ducks dugout. Well, there are 2 away. Nick Wells has made quick work of the first 2 batters for the Ducks. It's been a week since Nick Wells has appeared in a game, since the appearance at versus Gastonia. He's been a very reliable arm for the Blue Crabs this year. First pitch called strike. The count 0-1. He had a 4.96 ERA at both the AA and AAA levels last year. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. And the count, no balls and 2 strikes. Base paths are empty. Well, Nick Wells is looking for his 2nd strikeout. And he would appreciate a 1-2-3 inning. Wells is set. Romero steps back in. He already has a home run today. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Struck him out. A pair of strikeouts as Nick Wells retires the Ducks in order. 1, 2, 3. Well, the Blue Crabs win Game 2 of this 3-game set, 11-7. We'll run you through the box score momentarily as the Blue Crabs are winners for Game 2. This is the 3rd time in this 5-game set they have won, as the Blue Crabs had won the first 2 games at home. They lost Game 3 at home, lost Game 1 on the road, and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs will have an opportunity to win the series tomorrow, the Blue Crabs have won the first 9 series of the season. They put themselves with an opportunity to win 10 straight tomorrow in their 30th game of the year, as the team moves to 23-6. It's amazing how quickly this season has gone, as we are about to be 30 games into the season tomorrow. Well, let's again run you back through that box score for the Blue Crabs. Everything started in the first inning when the Blue Crabs started piling up hits. It started with Jack Sundberg, who walked. Raul Shah singled into center to put runners in the corners. Jared Walker then doubled on a fly ball to right and scored the first run of the game. David Harris had a single off of the pitcher, Akil Morris, that would ultimately lead to his exit, but not until the second inning. And Alex Crosby grounded into a double play, but the runner from third base, Jared Walker, scored on the play and gave the Blue Crabs a 3-0 lead. In the second inning, Southern Maryland kept on scoring. A single from Baca after a walk from DeLuca, and then Jack Sundberg doubled down the right field line, scoring a pair of runners. Sundberg stole third, and Raul Shah singled him in, and the Blue Crabs took a 6-0 lead. Davidson Romero would get a run back for the Ducks with a solo shot in the second. And then in the third inning, the Blue Crabs added more runs. It was a leadoff triple from Zach Collier, then a walk from Braxton Lee. Joe DeLuca brought in Zach Collier on a line drive to center field, and the Blue Crabs took a 7-1 lead. Jack Sundberg then singled to put runners on the corners. Raul Shah drove in another runner on a ground ball single back up the middle, and the Blue Crabs made it 9-1 when David Harris was walked, picked up an RBI when the bases were already loaded. In the fifth inning, the Ducks got a little bit of traction offensively, as there was a single followed by a double. A ground out scored a run. LJ Mazzilli drove in a run as well, and then a fielding error over at third base from Alex Crosby brought home 2 on a ground ball to third off the bat of Lou Ford. Well, it was a 9-4 lead for the Blue Crabs going into the 7th. The Ducks scored an unearned run after Michael Wolanski led off the inning with a fielding error on a line drive to short. Dustin Woodcock entered the game as a pinch hitter and singled on a ground ball over to first on a play where Jared Walker had some trouble handling it. In the 8th inning, the Blue Crabs got some runs back. It was a solo shot right off the bat from Jared Walker, who has his second home run in as many games. Picks up 2 extra base hits today. Later in the inning, a double from Alex Crosby, and Zach Collier singled him in. 8 different hitters had base hits for the Blue Crabs today. All 9 Blue Crabs bats reached base in today's contest. It was Endris Briseño who entered the game for the Blue Crabs. He had allowed a 1-out walk to Jake Zarello before Vladimir Frias hit a 2-run shot over the wall in right field. He did record 2 strikeouts later in the inning. 25 strikeouts across 15 innings right now for Endris Briseño. In the 9th, both teams went down in order 1, 2, 3 as the Blue Crabs secured an 11-7 victory. Let's run you through some of the updated stats for Southern Maryland. They are 23-6 on the season, as they now have a 9.5 game lead atop the division. The other game in action that is of consequence for the Blue Crabs is the Lancaster Barnstormers, who are playing Gastonia. Lancaster came in 10 games back, and they picked up a 13-3 win today. So the Lancaster Barnstormers will remain at 10 games back, I should say. Long Island falls to 9.5 games out of first place. Blue Crabs pick up a win tonight. They are 18-5 in night games, 3-2 in their last 5, 7-3 in their last 10. When the Blue Crabs score first, they are 14-2, and when they score 3 or more than 3 runs, I should say, they are 18-3. Blue Crabs out-hit their opponents today, and when they do, this team is 14-1. They move to 16-5 in the month of May, and 3-2 against the Ducks this season. That'll do it from us here on the Hometown Real Estate Broadcast Network. Austin Rooney saying so long from Fairfield Properties Ballpark. We'll be back here for Game 3 tomorrow at 6:35 p.m. Thanks so much for tuning in tonight, and have a terrific evening. And as always, let's go Blue Crabs.